Hey family, welcome to the channel. I don't know what's going on, but I had some technical difficulties. Thank you for joining me. As I said previously, my voice is a little messed up, but let's get started. So let me give a couple more people the chance to come in. Voice is a little messed up, but let's get started. And like I say, if it's just me and you, we gonna roll with it. We gonna rock with it, roll with it. Don't matter. Uh, 1 second. Hey y'all, welcome back to another video with Laugh, Gags, and Gossip. Now let's get into the mess. Hey family, welcome back to the channel, Laugh, Gags, and Gossip. Hey Crystal, how you doing? Welcome to the channel. I haven't seen you for a minute. Crystal, just in case I sound like, I don't know, some sort of a frog. I lost my voice. I came down with some kind of a cold. I didn't know what it was, but I'm here, okay? Welcome, Godly. Thank you for being here. Let's get this started. So what I want to talk about tonight is, I know a lot of people are talking about Kevin Samuels. There were those who loved him and those who despised him. They're saying Black women are celebrating his death. Let me make my disclaimer at the beginning. I am not. Hey, Demetrius. Hey, and he said, hey, chat. I am not celebrating Kevin Samuels' death at all. However, the man was a public figure, and we get to talk about it. Whether you like it or you don't, when somebody is as polarizing and as popular as him, people are going to have things to say. And I know that apparently he hasn't been laid to rest, but this is social media, and folks are going to talk. It's just the way it is. Condolences to his family, his daughter, his ex-wives, his mother, to his family. But we got to talk about some things. Yeah, I did drink some hot tea. I even had a little bit. Somebody told me to drink some red wine, that would help my vocal cords. So I even tried that. I've been trying everything because this makes me sound very masculine, okay? And I've had some men say I have masculine energy. So that I don't need, right? Okay. But let's get into this topic about image consultant or escort service. Now, again, you guys stay with me before you get pissed and say, oh, that's just terrible. Why are people saying that? Whenever I get really into a subject, I do a lot of little soft pieces about various topics, hot topics and stuff. But sometimes things just grab me and I get obsessed and fixated. And I talked about this before, like with the Kenneka Jenkins. I just could not stop researching and looking and looking and looking. The Kevin Samuels story has kind of taken me down that alley, right? Every time I think, oh, I'm done. Okay, let's get back to some, typical Kanye West Kardashian drama. There's something else I discovered. Well, lately in the last week or so, there's been a lot of allegations about him dying broke. I don't believe that. His family set up a GoFundMe. I think Autumn's mom brought that up yesterday, and I've heard other people say that as well. The situation with the GoFundMe would mainly be because maybe he didn't have a will, maybe he didn't have things in order the way he needed to. And so his mom and or daughter didn't have access to his money. But if you look at social media, if you go online and you look through various things, you know that Kevin Samuels did not die broke. No, he definitely should have had, his net worth is reported to be approximately $4 million. That's debatable, but just watching his videos and seeing the amount of money he got from super chats and everything, I would be highly concerned or suspicious if this man died broke. That may mean he maybe took his money offshore or somebody has funneled some money from him. But I would venture to say that he probably was not broke. Now, what's coming up as of late? So then there are rumors about how he died, that there was allegedly, possibly a cocktail of that energy drink, Red Bull, the blue pill, and maybe something else, sugar booger. These are all allegations. Nothing has been confirmed. We still have to wait for the toxicology report. Then there's the mysterious woman, Hortensia Alcantara, that was there with him when he expired. Who is this chick, right? Everybody wants to know. The first images was of some, voluptuous Dominican or Latina woman, which later reports have come out saying that no, that wasn't the actual woman that he was with. There was another woman, similar name, who was a little, thinner. They're both attractive women, but the second woman that they're saying that was actually there is allegedly a nurse, a six-figure chick. And the rumor is that she met him the night before, they hung out, and he died with her there. Okay, so that's the story. Kevin Samuels, one of his biggest supporters and so-called friend, in my opinion, who is, keeping his legacy going. As far as I'm concerned, this man is carrying the torch, picking up where Kevin left off to become famous on Kevin's back, is Dennis Sperling, the attorney. So Dennis has come out and let us know that if we keep talking, people are going to be sued, la-da-da-da-da, whatever, okay. Dennis tells us that he had a conversation with Kevin. Remember, Dennis is an attorney. Dennis Sperling is an attorney. So we have to be kind of leery of what attorneys tell us. You already know, as Medea said, attorneys are liars, okay? So Dennis Sperling tells us that he had conversation. So Dennis goes on to tell Hortensia Alcantara that she needs to sue anybody and find out her legal rights with regards to these social media platforms that are reporting that she could have been a lady of the night and escort or whatever, or that she could have done something nefarious to Kevin Samuels. So Dennis is counseling her publicly. I don't think that he's her attorney or representing her, but he's telling her to seek legal counsel, right? So Dennis goes on to tell us that he spoke to Kevin in the recent weeks, and that Kevin told him that Hortensia Alcantara, or the woman that was there, could have potentially been the one if things were to continue down the path that they were going. Now, that's kind of odd. That sounds like some BS. Because if Hortensia Alcantara, if we're to believe what the media is reporting, social media, and we know that everything has to be questioned. If she's saying she only met him the night before, we're looking at approximately 48 hours, something like that. And Dennis Sperling is on record saying that Kevin told him a week or so before that she was the one. Who was he referring to? How, was he some kind of a psychic and he knew this woman was going to come into his life? Or were they having some online communications, and the first time they actually met was the two that, the night before he passed? So there's just some inconsistencies there, right? It doesn't make sense. And so it's possible that they could have had some online romance, and that maybe he did tell Dennis Sperling that. I highly doubt it. I would love to see some kind of a transcript or text message with the receipts with Kevin Samuels saying that this woman that he was found with was the one. Then there's also the rumor about him and Melanie King. I hope I'm saying the woman's name right. She's crediting him with helping her make changes to her life as a 40-year-old with 2 kids after her husband divorced her. There are also allegations that she started a GoFundMe and that she's reporting that she was the one who reported out to the media that he was deceased. So all of these people are, hey, Chef Disaster 3.0, thank you. I think I just saw you. And Tanique Reviews on his panel. Now, let me tell you guys, I think Chef Disaster 3.0, if you have a channel, let me know. I want everybody to go check you out. Go check out Tanique Reviews as well. This man, I found out about his channel maybe a couple years ago when Nipsey Hussle died. He gets all the deets of the deets of the deets. He gets into the crevices and the crannies, right? I don't get that deep, but go check out Tanique Reviews. He has been awesome. Hey, sassy lady. She says, good evening, everyone. Chef Disaster said he smashed the like button. Y'all heard? Thank you, Chef Disaster. Demetrius Freeland KS was talking about pay for play. Okay. Y'all know I'm getting old, okay? So I done just lost my train of thought. But what I was saying about the woman, Melanie King, she credits him for helping her change her image. Now, aesthetically, she's, light-skinned woman. Tanique Reviews has all the deets on her about where she's from. I believe she's Canadian or something to that effect. And it's, kind of rumored that they may have been dating. I mean, she was catapulted very quickly into the manosphere. Now, think of a woman rising to her level so quickly in the manosphere when they're always talking about, hello, Autumn's mom. I can't believe how many stories there are about one man. You don't know what to believe. Exactly. A lot of stories, because I think maybe he was a con artist. That's what I'm coming away with. And I could be totally wrong. Maybe I'm looking at it with a different eye. But Melanie King, this young lady, she credits him with helping her get her act together. And so there may have been, or people are alleging that there may have been some kind of a romance. It's also being rumored that she started a GoFundMe and she's supposed to be one of his friends. Now, why? Okay, so when people start GoFundMes, shouldn't it be for the family? Like, I just don't think that even if you're the friend, you should get the family's approval or it should be started. The family can do that. You don't need to do that for the family. But anyway, that's a whole nother thing that's rolling out there. Hey, Sunshine, thank you for joining and thank you for being a new subby. Hey. So then there's also the rumors of him and the Renner girl. Okay, so we got all kind of a Brittany Renner. So we got all kind of things circulating about him and younger women, who he was dating and who he wasn't with. I talked about it last night. If you go back and look at the earlier versions, because Kevin Samuels went through, it was like a chameleon. He went through versions, like Kevin 1.0, 2.0, Kevin 5.0. That's what we see, the Kevin 5.0. Okay, now this is where I want you guys to get close, y'all. This was just crazy to me. So I'm surfing the net. I'm just doing a deep dive to see what I can find. One of his biggest supporters, one of the biggest names in the manosphere right now is O'Shea Dukes Jackson. Okay, I'm subscribed to O'Shea Dukes. I don't agree with most of the things that he talks about. But I knew that there was some affiliation. I just never really knew it. So in Kevin Samuels' earlier days, when he was first starting out, O'Shea Dukes had a bigger following than he did, right? O'Shea Dukes, was like a little bit more popular in the manosphere. And then Kevin Samuels becomes aligned with O'Shea Dukes. Like he was on his show. O'Shea Dukes shouted him out. I'm not saying O'Shea Dukes put him on, but, he kind of started affiliating with the people in the manosphere. When we first see Kevin Samuels, like I said last night, he was a little disheveled, a little off, a little corny, a little quirky, not the suave guy that we saw, before he passed. So let me play this video and turn this jazz down, y'all. As I was looking at, when you talk about who a person is, birds of a feather flock together, you look at their associations and their affiliations. Well, look what I stumbled upon. O'Shea Dukes. Okay, let me go. Okay, so let me share this, y'all. Share screen. And we're going to and I'm probably going to have to take this video down because he's probably not going to want me to, I don't think this is something he's going to let me keep up. But we're going to look at it real quick so you guys can be up on it. So what you see here is O'Shea Duke Jackson is a tourist and has been alleged to be involved in trafficking. Okay, let me try to make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see all of this stuff. Okay. Now, this is the guy, O'Shea Duke Jackson. If you guys go online, you know he's really popular. So O'Shea Duke, if you look at some of his older videos when he's talking to Kevin Samuels, he says that he's a medical student over in Poland. Okay. But let's look at this title again. O'Shea Duke Jackson is a tourist and has been alleged to be involved in trafficking. His real name, I'm not trying to bust the man out. Okay, let's look at this video. So this is the early days. This is what O'Shea was doing back in the day, allegedly.
Right? They're not laughing. Skinny as she is, I wasn't expecting that donkey booty. So you and me are going to help recruit Ugandan girls for black dudes in America. That means that we are going to create, like, we're going to hook Ugandan women, pretty women like you, up with guys in America.
Wow. Yeah, and people don't know that this is happening because he shares the link. I think he makes the video and he said then shares the link to those people who are always on the channel. But if you don't know the channel, you cannot know what is taking place.
This is all USA people. The America. You want to go to America, yeah?
Yes, I do.
Okay, why do you want to go to America?
Okay, in what way did it pass, brother? Very, young. I'm just ready to fuck, Like, you know, like, how it is, I would imagine. When opportunity presents itself, go for it, even if it don't. People will call it. I just wanted something, I wanted something just different to the point where it's basically fully fetishized. Like, it has, nice lips, just huge tits, nice fat ass. Very fetishized. In my mind, I'm like, this is just too much right now. But then I'm like, you know what? I still got about a week off. I'm about to see what this thing does. So pick it up, still bucket naked, take it to the bedroom, and do what I got to do. And the results were in, and it.
Okay, family, I don't think you guys got to see the video. So I want you guys to actually see this video. I think did you guys hear it? I got to figure out what I'm doing wrong. So let me see. I'll share the screen, video layout. Let me take the background off. I think that's what I need to do. I want you guys to see this. Let's see. Okay, well, I'm having some technical difficulties here, but I want to share this. Were you guys able to see the video? I want you guys to see this. This is, okay, so let me figure out what I'm doing wrong here. Now I'm getting frustrated because I really, really want you to see this video where you got O'Shea Dukes sitting up here with a young Ugandan girl saying that he wants her to introduce American men, I'm assuming businessmen, to, okay, let's see. I think I'm getting closer to figuring this out. He wants her to help him introduce Ugandan girls to American men. What does that sound like? What does that sound like? Okay, I think we got it, you guys. Okay, let's go. Let me see. There we go. Now let me make it a little bit bigger so you guys can read everything. Okay, it's at 150. All right, let's go. Now, like I said before, oh, this is too big now. Like I said before, the Kevin Samuels was affiliated with O'Shea Dukes early on in his career. So remember, he actually surpassed O'Shea Dukes. So when this video was out, this is before, I think this was when O'Shea was on his African tour, where he was going around the country or different countries and, you know, making videos about how to meet exoticals, which is non-Black women, non-Western women. Okay, so here we go. Let me play it for you.
No, for sure.
Right?
They're not laughing. Skinny as she is, I wasn't expecting that donkey booty. So you and me are going to help recruit Ugandan girls for Black dudes in America. That means that we are going to create like, we're going to hook Ugandan women, pretty women like you, up with guys in America.
Wow. Yeah, and people don't know that this is happening because he shares the link. I think he makes the video and then shares the link to those people who are always on the channel. But if you don't know that channel, you cannot know what is taking place.
All USA people. America. You want to go to America, yeah?
Yes, I do.
Okay, why do you want to go to America?
Okay, in what way did it pass, brother? Very, young. I'm just ready to fuck, Like, you know, like, how it is, I would imagine. Mm-hmm. When opportunity presents itself, go for it, even if it don't, people will call it. I just wanted something, I wanted something just different to the point where it's basically fully fetishized. Like, it has nice lips, just huge tits, nice fat ass, very fetishized. In my mind, I'm like, this is just too much right now. But then I'm like, you know what? I still got about a week off. I'm about to see what this thing does. So I'll pick it up, still bucket naked, take it to the bedroom and do what I got to do. And the results were in, and it.
Okay, so you see O'Shea Dukes, who is O'Shea Dukes Jackson. I'm just going to call the man O'Shea. So we see that O'Shea, there's some other videos floating out there. You can look up his name and put in trafficking, and you'll see a lot of things come up. So we see early on what his message was, and it sounds like it was some underground connection or affiliations that he had, right? So that's O'Shea. Then enters Kevin Samuels. Now, I'm not saying Kevin was doing the same thing, but then they thus become connected. O'Shea Dukes has a video where he was bigger than Kevin Samuels maybe 4 years ago. And then, Kevin Samuels just catapulted to the front of the class. This is another interesting video that I want to share with you guys. So let me cue it up. You guys be patient with me 1 second.
Time the best definition of.
So when we look at Kevin Samuels and how quickly he arose to stardom and everything from this supposedly image consulting, let's rewind a little bit. Kevin Samuels talks about, in order to be successful, you need to reinvent yourself, because we know early on he was a quote unquote bust, right? His wife said he wasn't paying child support. He had a whole lot of issues. He was living with women, allegedly. These are all allegations. And within the last, 5 years, he just blew up. So great. Marketing, everything. He reinvented himself. He talks about secret societies. He was corny. He reinvented himself to become this suave cat daddy, and I almost want to say pimp-like character. We got to look at his earlier videos where he's a little disheveled, wearing the bow tie. He was a cheerleader in college, all of these things. But at the end, he becomes this slick talking, Ray-Ban wearing cool daddy, right? Okay. His image went from 0 to 100, as Drake and him would say real quick. Now let's take a look at this video. Now, when we look at this video, who you are affiliated with says a lot about you. And this is when he was starting out. This is the beginning of the Kevin Samuels, the evolution. So this video here, this is O'Shea Dukes. Kevin Samuels, I hope you can see my little cursor here. This is Kevin Samuels. This guy here, I don't know his name. He's a pimp. But this is Sinful P. Now, if you guys don't know Sinful P, he is a pimp, okay? And I don't know if he's still pimping, but he has a YouTube channel and he talks about pimping and his priors. He also was convicted of having relations and maybe a child allegedly with a minor. So that's a whole nother topic. But as you can see, this is the early Kevin Samuels, right? He's actually kind of being the moderator for O'Shea Dukes. Now, I don't know if O'Shea Dukes is overseas at this point when he did this video. This video was, let's see, when was it downloaded? I can't see the date. But it was some years ago before Kevin blew up. So we're just going to play a little bit of it because I'm sure he's going to try to strike my channel. So anyway, let me see. So just so you know, again, we got Sinful P. We got O'Shea Dukes. We got this guy here. I forget his name. And we got Kevin Samuels. We got at least 2 pimps on the video with him. And O'Shea Dukes was accused of trafficking. So let's play some of this.
Kevin Samuels. Kevin, let me introduce Kevin. So you have a call. So Kevin, go ahead and say something. Thanks for coming on, Kevin.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, everybody got to sit on with me. Let me go put on my... And then let me do this. Shout out to people that's been subscribing to Freeze. I see that he has, we got a little over 50 subscribers. Let me just a little bit before we go to Simple. Let me do this. We got Kevin Samuels. Kevin, let me introduce Kevin. So we have a call. So Kevin, go ahead and say something. Thanks for coming on, Kevin.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, everybody got to sit on with me. Let me go put on my church shit.
What's going on, guys? For those of you who don't know, my name is Kevin Samuels. I run a men's style channel. I just came on to run the call-in show, so you guys that wanted to call in, talk to O'Shea, talk to Sinful Freeze. What's going on, fellas? To register your opinions. The call number is going to be in the queue. Press 1 to be put in the line. And no bullshit, guys. Don't be blocking your number. You go call, just call, say what you got to say, be brief, and keep it moving.
Okay, let's do that. Thanks for Kevin coming in. I'll put this channel in. The number is to call and talk to Freeze. How long you got to schedule for? Is it 60 minutes or 2 hours? Kevin?
You said what, bro?
No, Kevin, how long do you have the blog talk scheduled for? Is it like an hour show or?
2 up to 3 hours.
Okay. So let's do this, guys. Call 347-857-3847. If you call in right now, we'll have Kevin pack you in. 347-857-3847. So talk to Freeze, talk to Kevin. Let's do that. 347-857-3847. And then let me do this. Shout out to people that's been subscribing to Freeze. I see that he has we got a little over 50 subscribers. That's not good enough. You niggas is cheap because Jesus paid it all on the cross. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. If you niggas don't subscribe, I'm gonna shut the show down. So let me just do this real quick. The brother's nice enough to come on and Simple to P. Drop the goddamn white man confusing me, man. Get in the goddamn comments, y'all, and subscribe to Freeze is it, man. Okay, the brother is nice enough to come over and spend some time with us. That's the least we can do. You know, you got a good channel, got some good game for you. You know what I mean? And go over there and subscribe to hit the bell. And I'm telling you, his channel is about to take off. So I appreciate that. Let me just talk the super chats and we'll go right to Simple to P. Let me just do this.
O'Shea, when we get a call, I'll let you know. We got one to call you.
One on the call queue. Okay. Information man. Peace to O'Shea, the panel of the chat room. Hey, information man. I'm trying to get you on here to also. Diana P. Happy New Year, Shay. Hey, what's up? Black Caesar out of Canada, $2. Wake the hell up. Shout out to Simple and Freeze breaking the game. Derek, I know this is going on Patreon, but they're right. Yeah, man. You niggas going crazy. Raymond Barber, get the lights up. Mr. Grandier, Artillery for president. I don't know about that, brother. Moses Jenkins. The dub with that bottom of your thumb on the extra 40 blue ball. You just not cool, bro. Thanks, my brother. Another $20. Tony Davis, 1989. Catching Ivy. I'm new to the chat, but I'm not new to the channel. Much respect and blessings to all three of you, brother. 50 Simple Freeze over here. Salute. Midnight before midnight, part 2. Let's go. Okay, let's do this. We have one in the queue. So Simple, you can go ahead and weigh in real quick. We have 3 calls on queue. Simple, is it okay to go on some of the calls? Or do you want to just weigh in real quick?
Whatever you desire to do.
Go ahead and weigh in real quick. We have 3 calls on queue. We'll let the callers talk to Simple and Freeze tonight. And Kevin, you can weigh in also if you like. Go ahead, Simple, just real quick.
What did you want me to weigh in on?
Whatever you want to weigh in, brother. Whatever you want to weigh in, brother.
Well, let me just say this before we go in. In everything that you do, be a man. When I say that, be the truth in everything that you do. Whether you're professing to be whatever, pediatrician, motivational speaker, preacher, teacher, pimp, Mac, gangster, whatever. Whether you're positive, negative, whatever you're representative of, being a man in everything that you do. Strive to be the truth in everything you do. One of the biggest misconceptions about the lifestyle of pimping is that people think that a pimp is a con artist. People think that a pimp is somebody who uses deception and manipulation to get the accumulation out of these particular broads. But the best way to stay out of an incarceration and the best way to start a situation with a woman is the truth and end it with the truth. So many are in jail, so many are in prison, and they about to lose their whole existence by serving a prison sentence simply because they tried to govern things with lies. They tried to govern things with manipulation. He that lies is not in control. He that tells the truth and that is the truth is in full control. So anytime that you...
Okay, family. So I'm just going to stop it right there. Basically, y'all get what I'm saying. Oh, yeah, Bishop Don Juan. So my point is showing all of this is that Kevin Samuels early, his early evolution, I don't know. Look at who he was affiliated with. So this image consulting, let's talk about the image consulting, where he tells women, excuse me, you guys, I'm sorry for the coughing. You got it. Bless you. You know, you can put any video up. Thank you, Demetrius, my co-pilot for the evening. Thank y'all. Let me tell you, I be struggle streaming, and I really appreciate how you guys jump in and keep a sister together. That's what it's all about, and I really do appreciate that. Thank you. But if we look at Kevin Samuels, the evolution of him, look who he first started out with. See, I didn't know this in the beginning. All I met was Kevin Samuels, the relationship guru, the image consultant. Were you really an image consultant or a cover for escort service? This is a mess. Be men in pimping. You can't make this up. The family cannot come against people when he is on video with 2 known pimps, 1 accused of trafficking. What does that say about you? So when we look at his image and the evolution, did you evolve from a nerd, quirky, awkward, and evolve into a suave image consultant, aka escort service? Was this image consultant really a high-class escort service? Now, when I started seeing these videos with him and the pimps, it was interesting. Okay, I didn't want to. Sometimes people complain about the music in the background saying, oh, it's so distracting. So I'm trying to have a balance. So thank you, Demetrius. I hope you guys can hear. Try to keep it low. So let me see. What was I saying? So what the hell was I saying? Demetrius, you done got me all twisted up now. Basically, I was just saying that his image going from quirky, just like a nerd, to this suave guy and being an image consultant. Was it an escort service that they really started? Oh, because I started looking into this. So it was kind of odd to me. So I was like, well, this is crazy. But then I was on Tanique Reviews tonight, and he made some comments, allegations, you know, nothing is fact-based, but that is it possible that Mr. Samuels was vetting girls for wealthy men? Now, when you go and you look at his live streams, when he starts asking women what they wear, what they look like, Sassy Lady said pimping ain't easy. It ain't, but it must pay well. But remember, we're not saying he was a pimp. It might look like he was a pimp, but maybe it was an escort service. Maybe he introduced people to people. Now, because you remember Dennis Sperling, the attorney, credits him with helping him find his very beautiful, I don't know if she's black or non-black or whatever, wife. And I think she's younger. Are these, what kind of connections are these? How did this man help you do that? Now we need to get to the deets. We need to understand, did he actually introduce you guys? Or did he help you improve your image? Because I've seen Dennis Sperling's image. And from what I see, he's not, okay, I'm going to leave that right there. Y'all go look at Dennis Sperling and see if his image aligns with Kevin Samuels. He's in the suits, but that's about where it ends as far as I'm concerned. Hey, but I'm not one to talk about people's appearance, because hell, people could talk about me too. He was always telling men to get an Instagram model who are known for, thank you. Remember, he's asking women, oh, are you a size 2? So that's the same thing they do in escort services. Remember, like you got to be a certain height. You got, so that men have a preference. So are you a this size? Are you that? Are you that? And so when we look at his live streams and the way he's asking women what their dress sizes are, how many kids do you have? Now some of it starts to make sense. Oh, well, if you got 2 kids, it's not that you're not desirable, boo-boo, but you might not be able to jump up and fly off to the Cayman Islands with this wealthy man because you got to get a babysitter. You got to worry about your kids. So look behind the curtains of the wizard, right? I mean, it's always something darker and deeper than what meets the eyes, than what's on the superficial surface. The music is God in the background, so go on, Queen. Thank you. Welcome, Nicholas Tatum. So we speculate and get facts before you bring up these possibilities. No, Nicholas. Thank you for telling me. We can speculate about any damn thing we want to. Yeah, we are speculating. That's how you get to the facts. I didn't say any of this was a fact. The one fact that we do know is that he was on a panel with 3 or 2 pimps and somebody that allegedly has been accused of trafficking. You want to debate that? That is a fact. Look at the video I played, okay? That's fact number 1. What other fact you need? You want some more facts? The man died with someone that wasn't his wife. Women are going to die alone. That's fact number 2. What other facts you need, Nicholas? Come on, baby. We can run this up. Thank you, Nicholas, because you're about to get my energy jumping. Yeah, we speculating. Hell, we wasn't there, so we don't know. We speculating and we're talking. Nicholas, please come on. I love a debate. My daughter was good in debate in high school, and I debated in college, baby. So bring it. Come on, let's go. These are loose women, and it's easy, and you don't need to be a pimp. Who just turned 20? I was already wearing cologne. Right. Yeah, he started out talking about, colognes and your image and everything. But then, I think he was a good marketer. He was able to transform himself and get in certain circles. Now we know that saying you run an escort service and doing it online on the YouTube is not you could get in trouble. Yeah, I mean, you know that's trafficking. But I think a lot of these businesses are more savvy. I was actually reading an article where they talked about these tech companies that were actually doing online trafficking under the guise of being tech recruiters in other countries like Russia. What was O'Shea Dukes? O'Shea Dukes Jackson said that he was in Poland and traveling around as a medical student. Sir, Mr. O'Shea, did you ever acquire that medical degree that you were after? What were you really doing over in Poland? Autumn's mom says, I don't put anything past these mofos. Exactly. Exactly. Who are you telling? That's what's amazing to me. People think just because you reach some prominence or you become some public figure that you are beyond reproach, that you would never do anything. Hell, we don't know these people personally. We don't know these people personally. Oh, Black Magic says, Dennis's wife just turned 20. Wow. I have a 21-year-old and I know, well, you know, I'm a Western woman. I have Western values and ideals. She is not ready for marriage. Don't want her to get married because in the next, I would say the next 5 to 6 years, she gonna be a whole different person. And whoever she hooks up with now, I mean, hey, I'm not God, so I don't know. But statistics will show, you know, typically at that age, they're so young. They're still learning themselves. A 20-year-old? This man is 50-something? Hey, to each his own. Demetrius says, OnlyFans ads are on Instagram. I'm sure. I don't know if, I don't really know what he says about his comments about Instagram, but I know that he promoted a particular look for women. And I believe now that I'm learning more about his history and more about his past, I'm not feeling the image consulting. I think it was a little bit more than that. Exactly. No, he didn't get a degree. Yes. The reports are that he dropped out of school. Now, if you look at his interview on Vlad TV, he says that he dropped out of school because he got cancer. And and I'm not laughing at that at all. I'm laughing because he looks like such a charlatan. He looks like, it's like he's, in my opinion, it's like as he's answering the questions, he's formulating the lies in his head. Go look at that video on Vlad TV where, you know, Vlad is asking him and he talks about dropping out of college because he had cancer. It was benign, but then it was malignant, but then they shouldn't have operated, but then they closed him up, but then they made him have chemo. And you will start scratching your weave, baby. It's like, huh? Kevin. Okay. Nicholas. He was single. You know that Mr. Samuel's agenda was, he stated it, I'm at work, so we black men with money can't. Yeah, he was single. We know what Mr. Samuel's agenda was. He stated, I'm at work. Okay. Well, Nicholas, when you can, when you're available, come on up and we could debate it. I'm not saying this is what he was doing. What I'm saying is that I'm not buying the con. For me, I'm a woman of a certain age too. And so now as I go back and pull the curtain back on the wizard, a lot of things just aren't adding up. Maybe for men, you need him. You need him to be the grand godfather. But just like in the Wizard of Oz, baby, there is no godfather. There is no savior but yourself. You don't put your trust in men. We see this all the time, just like pastors, a pastor and a pimp. Are you considered a high value man if you have to pay for the company of a beautiful woman? Yes, ma'am. That's another thing. They were saying Vivica Fox is old, but she got to pay for young men. Well, that's what y'all do. Y'all, why is it different when it's a woman? If a woman reaches a certain stature and she's able to finance, which I'm not giving you a damn dime. Okay, I need all my coins. I don't care if you young, old, middle age. I'm not paying for nothing. I got one person that I'm going to give my money to, and that's the person I can claim on my taxes, and that's my kid. A grown, rusty, amen. I don't think so. But hey, some women do, and that's okay. Travel. Okay, I don't know. Even Instagram pages host OnlyFans ads. Yeah, I know. I've seen that too. Black Magic says at Nicholas, I don't think you. Okay, okay, y'all. At Nicholas, I don't think you do know what Kevin Samuels' agenda was exactly. You are at work and able to type and chat, but not get on the panel. Got it. Okay. Yeah, Nicholas, I'm going to be respectful. I will be on tomorrow, and when you're able, or you tell me when you're available, and we can debate this, because I do respect. I respect opinions. Let me just be honest, because I don't know. This is just what I'm seeing, and as I assess the information that I'm finding, it looks a little bit suspect. That's all I'm saying. It just seems suspect. But just so you know, I do respect your opinion, and you have every right to idolize the man, worship him, whatever, because some people did. I personally don't. He did say some great things, like he talked about reinventing yourself. Well, I believe in that. I believe in manifesting. I do believe you have to reinvent yourself. I think that, as a woman or a man, if you are not where you want to be in life, you have to make changes. I've had to reinvent myself a multitude of times. But now when I look back and see his early affiliations, now I'm wondering, was it image consulting or was it something else? And I think I kind of got a little bit off topic here. You guys got to bear with me. Your girl be all over the board sometimes. I do better when I have my notes. I'll have my notes tomorrow. Okay. Tanique Reviews brought up something interesting. He said that it's being rumored. And again, he has a lot more information available to him than I have, that it's possible. Again, these are allegations that some of the women that he was aligned with may have been connected to more affluent men for a fee. Now, that sounds like an escort service to me. This is not proven yet. I'm sure there are going to be a lot of investigations. A lot of things are going to come out. But say, for example, and that could just even be like a matchmaking service. I don't know, because that is legal. You can do matchmaking. But for example, if a woman is a particular look, size, color, hair texture, maybe you can hook her up with an affluent man for a fee of $25,000, $50,000. Who knows? Maybe some of that is what was going on. We don't know. But apparently these are things that are being talked about. And you just can't discount them. He told No Jumper he graduated from college. Yeah, he told No Jumper he graduated, but he retracted that on Vlad TV. Interesting, right? Mm-hmm. See, that's what I'm saying. The lies. When you tell one lie, your credibility is shot. One time. It's sort of like, I remember when I was in high school and my teacher told me, if you put your finger in a pot of a bucket of if you have a glove on, anyway, I ain't even gonna tell you that one. But anyway, yes, I can type, but I can't talk verbally. That's fine. Black Magic says Kevin Samuels had a few agendas. I'm sure he did. He talked about secret societies as well. Now, when we go talk about, because at one of his videos, like I said, you guys, I'm going back to the beginning, listening to a lot of the things that he said. I will not discount this man and say that he didn't have some great ideas. He did. I think it was his delivery and some of the ways in which he delivered it that came across harsh, and people can be harsh. There's no crime against that. Some of the things some of his ideas were absolutely right. I mean, believing in yourself, reinventing yourself. I agree with some of those things. What I don't agree with is you telling a woman she loses value because of her age in the society. His mother got remarried in her 50s or 60s. She was a single mom. So he knows that there is hope and that it can happen. So I don't know why you were promoting this particular message when your own mama got married. LOL, Wizard of Oz, and you talking about religion. Make it make sense. Men don't worship Kevin Samuels. He said the words that men have always wanted to speak. Men don't and didn't have outlets. Okay. Yes, some men worship. I'm going to say it's male worship. I can say that. Wizard of Oz, and you talking about religion. Okay. I mean, I'm talking Wizard of Oz because in the Wizard of Oz, if you remember, there were characters that were looking for somebody to affirm them, to validate them. Kevin Samuels is the person supposedly validating a lot of men in the manosphere. You just said he said the words that men have always wanted to speak. So you're saying that he is like the person who is the spokesperson to allow you guys to say and think and be free to make, say what you want to say. Remember, in the Wizard of Oz, those characters needed somebody to make them, to validate them, to allow them to be who they were. So that's the connection with the Wizard of Oz. Now, when you say talking about religion, please remind me of the religious aspect, because I don't know what you're talking about there. And see, this is annoying to me when men talk about men didn't have outlets to speak. Do you know, let's go back to the women's suffrage, when women didn't have rights to vote. Are you kidding me? Men, we didn't have rights to speak. Men can't speak. Women were not allowed to own property. Women were not allowed to vote. This was just in the 1940s. What are you talking about? Women still make less than men in jobs. If we're going to talk about women versus men, we're going to talk about all the disparities of women versus men. Y'all didn't have a forum to speak. Really? What? How many women CEOs are in corporate America? Then that's going to get down to a racial component. I really don't want to hear the issue of men aren't allowed to speak. Women were denied voting. Women were denied rights in this country. So are we talking about speech? Are we talking about civil liberties? Let's get real. I'm not gonna. We gotta make it make sense, just like you said. Let me go back to the chat. That's incorrect, Nicholas. Men did worship Kevin Samuels. Yeah, they did, and they still do. So you're saying it took another man you don't know to speak for you. Why couldn't you have said Kevin Black Magic? I'm laughing because that's exactly how I'm feeling. Like Kevin Samuels had to speak for you? Really? I don't buy it. I just don't buy it. First of all, it wasn't Kevin Samuels. He's not the first person of the manosphere. He's just probably, as of late, the most popular. You got people, O'Shea Dukes is one of the people that they said is one of the founders of the Black manosphere. I didn't say the, I said one of, if you want to be technical, okay? Not one man worship Kevin. We tell you why we listen to him, but subjective viewers decided to hear what they want. Marriages was occurring, not just sleeping with women. Marriages were occurring before Kevin Samuels. He is not the impetus of that. Okay, so I think marriages have been around since the beginning of time. So so I don't know your point on that one. Demetrius says they be having YouTube ads about dating a Latin woman, I know. And that's okay if that's your thing, because they got the mail order brides. You can buy an Asian. I need to start a mail order man. I actually was saying I need to go find some men over in Africa. And I'm not going to do what they do, but women, ladies, sometimes you got to expand your horizon. Maybe we need to start some mail order male brides over here, okay? Because that's what they do. That to me, that seems like what they were trying to do is start some kind of a network where they could get the women in these various countries and either get you. Well, you saw the video. What did O'Shea say? He said, we're going to introduce Ugandan women to American men. I didn't say it. He said it. If you are around the type of woman that you have to say what Kevin Samuel said on his show, change the women you're around. Why be around women that you have to verbally chastise? Great points. Exactly. I mean, yeah, let's not use Kevin Samuels as the measure of, you can't be around good women and you got to chastise women. You should be in control of the type of women that you are around. And I think basically Kevin Samuels, what he was saying to a lot of men was that, honestly, if you really listen to his message, he was pretty much telling a lot of Black men that they were average as well. He was saying, he wanted women to be submissive. If you really listen deep to his message, he's telling us that if we want a particular type of man, we have to be submissive. One thing that I feel that he missed in his message was talking about the character and the quality of a man versus all of the superficial things. You can have a man with money, but that doesn't mean he's a good man. Of course, we do want the luxuries and the comforts that come along with money, but you want a decent human being as well. And he didn't seem to talk about that. Only 8 out of 1.4 million followers allegedly got married under KS. The math isn't. Wait a minute. Whoa. Black magic. Are you telling me you're saying 8 couples out of 1.4 million followers got married? Listen, I'm not a mathematician, and I won't say that's a negative deficit, but that's a low ass percentage. That's a low percentage. You know how in corporate America you got to present metrics. You couldn't put that on. You couldn't sell that. That's not a great metric right there. Autumn's mom. The problem is he was only talking it, and apparently now he's being exposed for not. Exactly. It's the hypocrisies and lies for me. Shaking my head. That's pretty much what we're saying. All of the things that he said about Black women and how they're gonna die, and you need to be doing this. You need to be healthy. It's like it's just a fraud. He himself didn't live that way. Again, his mother remarried. She wasn't married to his dad, but she found marriage in her latter years. So it's possible, Kevin. He knew that. I think he even said something to the effect about his mom. Yeah, I saw a video, and he actually talked about his mom getting remarried. But that wasn't his overarching message. Let's see. Nicholas, what you saying? At Black Magic, you are lying. Men don't have a view or the real or the show with Vivica Fox. Therefore, we do not have MSM. I'm not sure what MSM is. Okay, Nicholas. I don't want us to, I don't want to be combative. You guys don't have the view or the real or the show with Vivica Fox. Y'all got football. Y'all got your ESPN channels. You got your own channels, which are dedicated to men. You guys clearly could have had shows that talked about male issues. I mean, I'm again at a loss here. What do you mean? These shows are shows that women like. So the demographics are geared towards women. Why didn't you guys have a male? You could definitely have a male have those type of shows. I don't think anybody was preventing that. Like, I'm at a loss to understand what you're saying. Men don't have these shows. It's not like, is there some sort of written law saying men can't have talk shows? I don't think that's it. You guys have whole networks geared towards your athletics and stuff because that's what they think men want, like, and need. That's on men, not us. KB had a Facebook group with men and women. Kevin Samuels wasn't responsible for what comes natural between men and women. Yeah. Let's see. Men speak like this every day in the barbershop, on the basketball court. You brought up God and bringing up fiction. I'm not debating what men talk about. That's fine what men talk about. Listen, a lot of the things that he said, I do understand. Men have a preference. Some men want you to be a certain weight. Some men don't. It's his delivery and the way that he berated women when he said it. We don't have to like the way he spoke. There's just certain, okay, say for example, let's just say, for example, you work in a company. There's certain ways your manager can talk to you. Are you familiar with that? You can create a hostile work environment, right? It's the language you use and your tone. So I think what we're saying is not necessarily everything he said was bad, but the overarching message and the delivery did not resonate well with most Black women, okay? I will never say all because we are not a monolith, but a lot of Black women didn't like it. And that's their right. Separate women from white and Black, discussing Black men were denied to. You know, Nicholas Tatum, I'm finding a lot of victim blaming here. You know, I mean, a lot of victimization. Like, it's just curious to me that, you know, Black women, we're, you know, y'all say that we're this, we're that, we're the lowest on the totem pole, we're the most disrespected, yet we push through. We be single parenthood. We just do what we got to do. I'm finding a lot of Black males whimpering and whining when we're all subject to the same system that is unfair to all of us. It's just an unjust, unfair system. But these men, the Black women are against us. The white man is against us. Everybody's against us. Tatum is starting to look very weak. Where are the men? Stop it. At Nicholas, no, you are lying. Let Dennis tell it. Let Dennis Sperling, she's talking about the attorney, tell it. Kevin Samuels' views were higher than the shows you mentioned. Try again. Also, men run the shows you. That's what I'm saying. First of all, most of the media is run by Jewish males, not Black people, okay? I mean, I don't even think, even our BET now is no longer Black owned. So what are you talking about? Are you blaming us? As a Black male, if you guys want to be the leaders, then you need to change it. You need to fix it. Why are you constantly looking to us for the deficits that you guys have? Everything, you keep putting it on us. Yeah, just like she said, the men run the shows you mentioned. The men, the white males, Jewish males run network media, television, movies. We see it with the Oscars. Go look at the CEO of the Oscars and all of those different organizations. Not Black women. We're not in control of that. If you want male-specific programming, what are y'all doing? You are adopting white women to, oh, here we go. Now I'm adopting white women talking points. See, now you're shifting. Listen, if I'm adopting white women talking points, I don't know nothing about being white. I'm an American. I'm an African-American woman. And can you be more specific? The points that I'm talking about is the fact that, you know what, you're Nicholas, you're not going to exhaust me up on this, okay? What are you talking about when you're saying I'm adopting white women talking points? Please be specific, because now you are deflecting. You're deflecting, sir. Miss Yellow Hawk 5, way too many timid men. That's not on us. Thank you. So somebody said, I think one of the guys was it Kevin Sperling? They started saying, oh, Kevin Samuels, Simon Cowell was rude and he would be allowed to say this, but not black men. That's not our fault. You guys are trying to separate. See, here's the problem. And I'm going to go back to Nicholas. That's where we need to come together. If you want a united fight, if you want a united group, then you need to partner with us versus people like Kevin Samuels telling black men, go get you a non-Western black woman, or go get you somebody of a different ethnicity. But yet still you want us to fight the battles, but you don't want to wed us. It doesn't work that way. We're not here to shoulder your issues. Either you get with us or you move on. And then you continue to cry and complain, because black women are forced to be reckoned with, period, dot. Yes, we are. We don't have to cower down. Now, I know some people say we're too loud. I'm loud on this show because I have to speak up. But no, we're not going to humble ourselves and tuck our tails because men tell us to. No. Let's see what's going on with Roe versus Wade. They're trying to take us back to a point where women can't have, they're trying to tell us interracial marriages are not going to be here any longer. And and black men and women are fighting over what? What's going to happen is we're going to lose a whole lot of rights and then realize, at the end of the day, we're all impacted. While we was fighting with Kevin Samuels talking his ish, instead of coming together with some kind of civility and love and empathy, we up here throwing each other under the bus, and the white man is driving over all of us. Get real. Let me see. I'm trying to catch up. Yes, way too many timid men. Nicholas, you are comparing two opposites. Men can't compare themselves to women. That makes no sense. Compare Black Magic. You need to go to bed because I'm trying to see, you guys know. Okay, let me see. It's 9:44 in California, and I start getting loopy and I start laughing. These are all valid and real points, but Black Magic, every time you post something, you got me giggling. Okay, so Black Magic says, Nicholas, you are comparing two opposites. Men can't compare themselves to women. That makes no sense. Compare yourself to other men. You keep pushing the goalpost. Good night. Good night, Nicholas. Are you going to bed or are you just going to go back to work? You keep saying I'm moving the goalpost. I am not, but okay, bye. I am sitting. Demetrius said, I'm sitting here with my wife at Nicholas. See, Demetrius, I don't know Demetrius, but that's the point. Demetrius like, y'all could talk all this ish. I'm sitting here I'm going to chill with my wife. After we laugh and talk, I got a warm body next to me, a warm meal, whatever they do. You see, that's the real male mentality. I was raised with a father in the house, a stepdad. And my stepdad would talk ish with his friends. Listen, I done caught them talking bad about women, but when it was time to go, they threw on them little fedora hats and everybody scrambled home to their wives. They knew what was shit talk and the reality of life. And I think that's what Demetrius is saying. Yeah, y'all talk a lot of smack in the barbershops, and you should. We talk smack about y'all too. But at the end of the day, I am a respecter of men. I love Black men. I recently had a penchant for African men. I would love to see us come together. But in the meantime and in the interim, you're still not going to put me down. You're just not going to do that. I don't care. I'm going to respect the men. And I do respect Black males. But I don't respect Black males who berate Black women when they are the mothers of society. They are raising your children alone. They are suffering. They are barely making it. But a shout out to Demetrius because he said, I'm sitting here with my wife, and we laughing our ass off. Shout out to you. That's what it's supposed to be. Adam's mom says, y'all done scared at Nicholas Tatum. No, Nicholas. I mean, he needs to bring more of his homies over here so that they can really, come for us. But I think it's too much female energy, and then we got people like Demetrius. We got some male energy in here too. I don't think it has to be really a real fight. We're just talking about some of the inconsistencies of Kevin Samuels and why it could possibly be a con. I would love for him to have been a real, genuine person, but it's just not looking that way. It's just not looking that way. Love the debate, you guys. Black Magic says, no, you can't use that helmet short bus rhetoric with me. I've known KS and the Manosphere since 2017. Okay, Black Magic. See, I didn't get onto the Manosphere until a couple years ago. I was just shocked. I mean, look, I'm a woman of a certain age. So I was like clutching my pearls, like, they got men out there like that don't like, oh my God. See, I wasn't raised with that. I know it existed. I mean, clearly there's that whole toxic male mentality, because if it wasn't the case, women would not have been denied rights for so long. We are still fighting for a lot of equality in this country. But yeah, I'm just kind of new to the whole Manosphere, and it's scary and it's sad. It's really sad. These men act like women, that they have it in for them and that they hate women. But what they fail to realize is when they're talking about Western women are sad and pathetic, that women in other countries are starting to rise up as well. It's not just an American thing. Women in other countries are starting to have enough of it too. And some of them, I was recently reading where there's been a group of women over in the Middle East that instead of marrying, the arranged marriages, instead of marrying somebody that their families wanted to force them, they took their own lives. How sad is that? That you're being forced into marriage as a young girl, not even 18, and you would have to take your life to escape that. So yeah, women in other countries are waking up too. Miss Yellow Hawk 5, their godfather ran away when Ish got too hot for him. I don't expect the puppets to do any different. Exactly. Yeah. Excuse me, you guys. My voice is gone. Nicholas was like, I'm out of here. F y'all. Black Magic says, yes, I'm telling you. Nicholas was referring to the Facebook group KS created. Black Magic. Can I put the link in? I'm going to put the link in. Let me see because I don't know about that Facebook group. Let me see if I can copy it. I'm going to be off in a second, but if you can shed some light on the Facebook group, I don't know. And, you don't have to come up if you don't want to. And I'll put for anybody that wants to come up and talk, I'm going to be on for a little bit longer, but I would totally love to know what was this Facebook group. I didn't know. I didn't know anything about it. Black Magic says, no, you can't sell that con artist metric to me. Or that's what I'm saying. Con artist. That's what I'm getting. I'm getting the Tindler Swindler vibe, or the Making of Anna. Did you guys see them inventing Anna on Netflix? That's what I'm getting. This person just clearly revamped himself. But I'm thinking he didn't do it as a real quote unquote image consultant as much as maybe, putting some women with some other men for a little bit of change. Miss Yellow Hawk is laughing. Dennis has you lying. Black Magic. See, Dennis Sperling, I'm new to him as well. He has 3 different baby mamas. No way. And he was just talking about Black women have the highest number of babies out of wedlock than Black men. He quoted a statistic. And of course, I couldn't refute it because I hadn't done the research. But he was basically saying that while Black men do have babies out of wedlock, that we are in the lead. And that could be true. But don't put all of this babies out of wedlock on Black women either. Y'all take some accountability as well. We don't make babies by ourselves. Stop blaming us for everything. Black Magic said he's talking about mainstream media. Miss Yellow Hawk says, blame men for that. Exactly. It's not all about us. There's some accountability on both genders. He went to a low value barbershop. Oh. victims, a whole bunch of victims sad. Exactly. I mean, and that to me is part of the manosphere. They are looking for people to blame for their plight in this country. And I would like to say a lot of it has to do with race. But who can they pick on but us? You ain't gonna go to your boss and talk to him the way you talk to some of these black women. I guarantee, let me say this, Kevin Samuels, I guarantee you the ish he said to these women, he wouldn't say it to his manager at work back in the day. I guarantee. See, I always tell people, talk to me the way you would talk to your boss. If you want to talk to your boss like that, and you know when to act a fool and when not to, because you don't want to get fired, please have that same respect for me. Everything Kevin Samuel said was not his own words. He sat around the manosphere for years taking notes. I do believe that. And I said even last night that I felt that he was also, he took on some of the Trump era, the fact that, you know, just that whole math, you know how Trump was just rude and would say anything unfiltered. I believe that he was he evolved during that era. Autumn's mom at Black Magic, thank you. I was watching, laughing, and eating my soup. I saw you had it and didn't need any help getting him all the way together. I know Black Magic girl. Well, I'm not gonna say girl. I'm my bad because I don't know. But I'm just gonna say Black Magic. Yes, you did. You done ran the man off. At Autumn's mom, he can't do me with that victim mentality. Exactly. And that's all it was. And then y'all, he gonna say, well, I'm assuming he's talking about me, but I think he's talking to all of us collectively. We using the white woman talking points. Huh? What? See how they deflect? Anytime their argument fails, then they start throwing in all sorts of other stuff. Whew. What he meant to say was they aren't strong enough to stand up to the white men who run the shows he mentioned. He chose what he thought was the easiest target. And Black Magic, I'm going to take it a step further. I feel that a lot of these men are not strong enough to stand up to the system, to white men in general, and they have been marginalized. But that's not our fault. We're suffering at the hands of the same system. Don't make us your enemy. Demetrius says, Black women was the first that taught speech and social cues. Go read that book, Dirt, at Nicholas Tatum. Child, Demetrius, Nicholas ain't reading nothing right about now. He hot. He about to go get some more Manosphere's points and maybe bring a couple of his homies over here so they can get us all the way together. At Black Magic, trust me, I understand. I just wasn't in the mood tonight to waste my energy on someone who obviously wants to stay in the dark. I know. Autumn's mom, and you are absolutely right. This man got me sweating, Jal. I mean, I love a good debate, but for me, let's see. I had time tonight I know, girl. Thank you so much. Okay. Black Magic. I'm added to the stream. Black Magic?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for joining. Please, girl, let us know about this Facebook. I'm not familiar with that.
Well, when Kevin was actually trying to grow his YouTube channel before he reached the 1 million subscribers and so forth. I think when he started the Facebook group, I believe he was at maybe 100,000, 200,000, something like that. And it was a spinoff to what his rhetoric is. So like if you're not, top, if you're not a 4 or what was it? No, not a 4. I'm sorry. What was his thing? Like a 10 or whatever?
Yeah, you had to be above a 7.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, if you're not a 9 or 10, you can't enter his Facebook group. And what he was trying to do was actually what he said, bring men and women together. But he never was in the Facebook group. There was no counseling. There was no like discussion. You know, it was just like any other Facebook group where you just, you know, make posts. You know what I mean? And so you know, I guess one would credit him to creating the Facebook group, and maybe that's how, you know, they got together if it wasn't for his Facebook group. But he did not, you know, get the group together, get to know the people, and say, okay, I'll, you know, based on your personality, based on, you know, what your qualities are and your requirements are, then I think you're better suited with this person. There was no vetting.
Mm-hmm.
It was all on the individual who actually joined the group.
Shout out to Tanique Reviews. Thank you for the super sticker. Sorry. Okay. You said there was no vetting?
Right. There was no vetting of the potential or the prospects. I mean, he just created a group and dropped some people in there, and they just did what they did. But people are actually crediting him as if he was a matchmaker. You see what I'm saying? As if he was sitting there with a questionnaire saying, okay, this person likes to eat pizza, so I'm going to match this person with this person because they both eat pizza. It wasn't like that. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh. So were there any actual relationships? And welcome to Tanique Reviews. Everybody go check out his channel. Were there any actual connections?
I want to say yes, but I can't say that I credit Kevin Samuels for doing so. It wasn't his rhetoric that brought those couples together. It was the space or the group that they were in that brought those couples together. So if you want to credit him, my point is that credit him for just creating the group, but don't credit him as a matchmaker, as a relationship guru, because he created a group. That's my point.
Okay. And what was the fee for the group?
There was no fee because he was just starting out.
Because you know who had something similar to that was Shira 7.
Mm-hmm.
So did he start after Shira?
I don't really follow her, but I'm assuming I don't know. Probably I think he probably did. But here's my thing with that. He watches a lot. He watches and he copies a lot. So I would venture to say that he probably created it right after she did, because that's his MO. That's who Kevin is or was, whatever.
Hey, Tanique, welcome to the show. Thank you for coming. Everybody go on over, check out Tanique Reviews. Like I said earlier, he gets the deep dive. He gets all the deets, way deeper than I go. So Tanique, jump in and let us know. What do you want to say?
You know, I think the young lady was right. You know, like we were talking earlier, most people don't remember him as he's going around different platforms and was filling out how everybody was doing everything. But what he did was even ingenious. Most people don't notice. I know exactly what he did. I know how this thing worked. When you get those subs like that, those are not real subs. You'll be approached eventually once you get to a certain number. You have to have an IG account and you have to have a YouTube account. So when you get to a certain number of subs, you'll be approached to buy subs. To get 100,000 subs, that's $10,000. Oh. There's another company to get 150,000 subs. They want $15,000. You can do this a few times, and then you'll find yourself at 400, 500,000 subs. All right. Now, I wouldn't personally do it because they could turn around after you get that money and then take your channel. But there are two companies that does that. My point in saying that is that's how these people grow those channels. But you'll see that for yourself eventually. But what he was sent to do is amazing to me. He was sent to destroy Black women. And let me tell you why. most people don't understand because they're not looking at the whole scheme of things. When something goes wrong in the black community and you see protesters, who do you see? Black women.
Yes.
On the front line.
But
Yes.
Yep.
front lines. When somebody's shot in the head, who do you see? Black women.
Black women. Mm-hmm.
When you see Black Lives Matter while they're under attack, what do you see? Black women.
Mm-hmm.
And he joined a media group. It's called Super Media Group. Most people don't know this. Super Media Group is who he joined.
Let me write that down.
And you want to join and build your platform, huh?
No.
But you can't.
I've been researching him for a long time.
Yeah. He joined Super Media Group, and they blew him up. They blew him up, and that's where the suits, the glasses, the haircut come from. And what do? You go after black women. Now, who are these women that are protesting? They're aged 35 and above. That's holding down the black community. This is what his job was, to destroy the black community. As I tell people all the time, all money is not good money. And I'm sure he had a conscience. That's why he went through protecting his mom. He didn't want anybody to know who she was. He didn't want nobody to know he had a daughter. Had his ex-wife not spoke out about him not paying child support, check this out. She came out, told the world he was worse than Harvey Weinstein and worse than R. Kelly. And he ain't paid child support. It ain't helped the child in college. And mysteriously, 3 days, 4 days after that, she got a boatload of money that he didn't have. So somebody gave it to him. That's why I'm calling for an audit into his finances. I'm hearing estimates over $1 million.
She never remember, right? When she was supposed to give the interview, there was a woman on YouTube that was saying the interview was explosive. It's coming out. It never came out.
Yes, it did. She came to Clubhouse. She didn't come on YouTube. She came to Clubhouse. After the Clubhouse interview, they didn't save it, but she came to Clubhouse. Some people got snapshots of it. All of a sudden, all arrears child support was paid. She got all of her money, and there was no need for her to come to social media at that point in time. And that media comes from these media groups that he was with.
What other media groups was he with? Was he just with the Super whatever?
The Super Media was the biggest, and they're the ones who brought all these people together. And if you're going to be on YouTube and you get a certain number so you can stop getting strikes and stuff like that, you too are going to have to join some sort of media group. Even if it's your local cable company in your community, you can join with them on cable access, and that'll offer you a lot of protection from getting strikes, getting your page flagged on YouTube.
But Tanique, let me ask you this. Why would he buy subscribers? I mean, because you want the organic views. So just
you don't. I want you to think that I got a big platform and you're gonna come anyway.
Right. With a large following comes about the buy-in from potential subscribers, buy-in from potential media outlets. I mean, it looks good on your media kit.
And you're gonna tune in because you're gonna see 1 million people, and you think, oh man, this dude. They got 1 million people in 2 years. Come on, give me a break. But
I've
nevertheless,
been trying to figure that out for a long time.
Yeah, and you have to get to really get there. When you get to about 27,000, 30,000 regular subs who are going to sub to you. And if you got an IG page, they hit you up on IG, they DM you, and they legit and leave all the paperwork and everything. They're going to ask you about buying subs, and there's 2 companies that YouTube allow to actually sell subs. But the media group is important. Like I own Tanique Media, real press passes. I can go in court and everything. It's a good thing for you to start a legitimate media group in your state. So if you want to do trials and stuff, when I was doing Nipsey Hussle trial, I was sitting right there with Rolling Stone magazine and everybody else with press passes. I went because I have a media group. So it gives you access to things that a lot of people don't get. Some people are on here not for the truth, but for clicks and views. But for those of us who really don't get monetized, we are here because we enjoy this, we love this, we want to make a difference.
Tanique, I was wondering, now I'm in the Bay Area, so I'm not that far from you. So I remember when you were covering the Nipsey, I was watching everything. I was like, how is he getting all this information?
Well, you get on foot until different people who you cover and don't like it, and then they want to send boys looking for you and stuff like that. You get on the ground and you make friends with people, and like why a lot of people need the Cash App to you, for instance. What Cash App is, I don't need Cash App. I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm financially secure. But when I need information, like I needed some information, people go to the courthouse. I wanted some people to do some research. Okay, well, I'm asking people to stop doing what they're doing, to go over to the courthouse in Atlanta, Georgia, and pull this and pull that for me. They're not going to do that for you. And I don't see why, if I'm going to do that for you, and I'm going to give you this information, why I got to pay for it. I'm not doing it for me. I'm sharing information as I do an investigation. And that's why people have to sew into what you're doing and get and give you donations. So when somebody calls you and say, hey, look, I got a picture of who murdered this person. You got a picture? Yeah, I'll show you a little bit, but you give me $50 or whatever, I'll give you the whole thing. That's why you need to have money on that Cash App.
Okay, got you.
That's you. Because if I were to do a story about you, your whole family gonna call. All your cousins, your uncles. Look, Nick, I tell you what. I got Cash App. I'll tell you who her first boyfriend was. The truth is, she go with a woman. I'll tell you who the woman is and everything. But look, you have to shoot me 100 stacks for that Cash App, and I give you everything. And that's how this information comes about.
So you're giving us some tricks of the trade. Thank you. I'm gonna have to talk to you behind the scenes. I'm gonna have to talk to you behind the scenes.
That's why that's why you gotta tell your followers to send something to that Cash App, because you don't know the information you want, like you don't now. There are people with it, but they're not gonna give it to you free. So then if you're sharing it with the world and helping people understand, then why you gotta pay for it when you are here? And not only that, you see, it's dangerous being a YouTuber. You may not think you know. You may say, okay, well, I don't have to be. Man, people all over the world see you've been broadcast in China, you've been broadcast in Africa. If you're talking about child sex trafficking, you think they're happy about that? So now that makes you a person that they want to get because they don't want you talking about it.
Now, Tanique, earlier, I see that you just joined, but I mentioned you earlier saying that you were one of the first channels that I saw that mentioned the fact that allegedly that there's some rumors that maybe there was some introducing women for pay to affluent men. Can you expound on that?
Yeah. Okay. This high value term is, first of all, people need to understand it's not looking for women who want a high value man. They're looking for women who meet a certain description, the ones who definitely pass the paper bag test. If you look at them, all of them are light-skinned or Canadian. None of them are black anyway, period. You don't see any black woman in this circle. That should send red flags to you. But look, his lawyer, which is interesting to me, said his fiance came from Kevin Samuels. Well, guess what color she is? She definitely not African-American. He divorced his wife to be with this woman. She looks just like Ortecha. And Kevin Samuels introduced them. So he was definitely hooking up certain people if the woman met certain criteria.
That's what my question was.
From the
How
Facebook
did he make
group.
the? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. All I was just gonna say, from the Facebook group, that's where he was. That's how he met Dennis, and that's how Dennis met.
He made you meet in his store. He has a place in Oklahoma, and he would have you guys fly to Oklahoma to do your initial meet and greet at his place out in Oklahoma, his Style Shop, or whatever you call it. It's in Oklahoma. He would have you guys meet there, and if you're talking about Texas, where a lot of this prostitution and call girl stuff, the majority of it is coming from Texas. If you remember Backpage, while everybody was hooking and hoeing on Backpage, the reason why it was destroyed was because the women in Texas were already hooking. They would turn around and shoot and kill the victims.
Okay, but Tanique, so we're saying that it could be. Well, we look at O'Shea Dukes. I played that earlier video, but we're saying it could be sex trafficking. But how he could also say it's matchmaking. So what's the difference? Okay,
here's the difference. When money's involved, and I'm paying you $10,000 to either fly first class commercial, or I send a private jet, and I'm gonna give you another 10 when you land, because we're going to a hotel to have sexual encounter or sexual affair. That is none other than sex trafficking. It may not be underage sex trafficking, but look at the number. He said women that were 35 years of age, unmarried and older, were considered leftovers. So that means he wanted 34. Keep going down. 20. He wanted 18. How far down do you want to go? Who was he hooked up? You understand what I'm saying? He didn't want older women. Why did he want older women? Who did he hook him up with? Older men who are well off with ways and means.
That is correct.
That's chasing money.
His mentor mentioned that overseas the age of consent was like 14. So
I lived in Africa for 5 years. I understand.
Yeah, so Kevin has been around this type of rhetoric, this type of practice for a very long time.
And you don't know who you're going to run into. That's why he was so afraid. You know, you don't know whose woman that you didn't took and they see her on camera. No, he didn't want that woman on camera. Suppose she had a whole dude down there. What? Yeah, no, you want no woman on camera. That's why he didn't mind Big Charles on there. I wish I could send you a picture of Big Charles. Yeah, Big Charles on there laughing. Oh, he in my bed. That's just a glitch. No, dude, you got a whole.
You talking about police Charles?
No, I'm talking about the big dude he had that appeared on his camera laying in his bed.
Glitch.
Yeah.
Glitch. That's okay. So the people don't mind you and Big Charles on camera together in your bed, but they do mind if a woman is by you. A woman's on your camera. And let's take a look at the nurse. You know that nurse don't want to be on YouTube, but she don't want to be on no. So it had to be somebody who's familiar with YouTube, who wouldn't mind appearing next to Kevin Samuels. You're a YouTuber, right? And we met up somewhere. Would you be ashamed to take a photo with me or have a picture?
No. Yeah, I thought that was odd too. Like
exactly.
Yeah.
But it's somebody who's familiar with YouTube don't care because they're already on it. They're already there. And wouldn't you want to be next to a person with 1.4 million subs? Maybe 1 million, 100,000 of them may sub to you. So he's like, no. They said they only want me.
And we know that she was enamored with them because if you listen to the 911 call, she goes, "It's Kevin effing Samuels." So that lets us know that she
exactly. Exactly. Listen, think of your mother, think of your daughter. Are you gonna tell a one night stand about your mother and daughter?
I thought about that. I thought that was odd as well.
Come on, think of your mother.
Are you gonna bring a one night stand around your business? I have a different theory of this though.
Go ahead.
And I don't want to go down. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole though.
Oh, come on now. You can't tease us like that. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
What? She disappeared. Come back.
Yeah. So you made some great points. Now the picture of the man in the bed, he tried to pass that off on Vlad's show, saying, well, you know, people do things with the videos and he can't control that, as if he didn't say hack, but I feel like he was intimating that it was just like not him. It wasn't his bedroom, you know?
He's the same person that's playing on video talking about, I'm finna go back on camera and never came off camera too. He's talking, I want you to go. They only want me. I'm finna go back on camera. Dude, you ain't never got off camera. We all see it. Right, I think Kevin was leaving that there because he wanted us to know that something was wrong.
Oh.
Because I can look on my computer and see my face. And I can also cut the camera on and see what's behind me.
Right.
So for me to zoom in on my bed, I wanted to know whatever was in that bed was still there.
Mm-hmm.
So he wasn't angry at that guy in his bed. He just laughed it off. And neither did he answer the questions whether he was homosexual or not. He just wouldn't even talk about it. He wouldn't deny it. I ain't never heard. You go find me a tape of him denying he was gay.
No, what I saw, I did find footage of him saying that we need to promote male-on-male relationships, and that he also said that I have the video clip if you don't have it, and he also said he understood the desire. I'm probably not using the verbiage that he used, but he said that he understood the feelings for men to want to be with other men. Have you seen that?
I wouldn't even listen to it. I have no feelings to be with another man nowhere near me at all whatsoever.
But he said that. He did say
I
that.
know he did. That's my whole point. That's why I say somewhere in here you're gonna find the gay, lesbian, transgender community sponsoring him, because yeah, you're gonna find it there. If you look hard enough, you know, you just don't come up with $3 million on YouTube. All right, it just don't happen. I know people with 3 million subs, legitimate subs in entertainment on YouTube. They ain't got no $3 million on YouTube. So that has to be somebody behind you who are helping you make that kind of money. And so when you look at what he's doing, he's putting down black women. Let me tell you what a study I've been reading now for the past week. I'm gonna introduce it to my show next week. You know why he attacked 35-year-old women and older?
No.
Y'all got to be attacked. You have to be. Let me tell you why. I'm reading this now. This is blowing my mind, because these women have been so used to dealing with nothing men who won't take care of their children, land on their mama's couch, gangbangers, and the girls are being shot and killed. They're shooting up the neighborhood, selling Percocets and stuff of that nature in jail. And women have gotten tired, stopped. And these women went back to school. They got an education. Their income shot up. And for the first time now, black women have given men a choice. You don't have to be with men for money. You could actually be with the women, because a lot of these women have money. And that's why the attack must be upon these particular women. Look at the women who were calling. They had PhDs. They changed their lives, yet they were no good because they didn't have a man. He didn't have a woman.
Right. That's what I said. It's like the women that he talked about. They're the male version of the female version of you, Kevin. What are you talking about?
I mean, he also referenced. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. My phone went dead. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, we want to hear you talk about that rabbit hole. Go ahead, Black Magic.
Well, what I was gonna say was that number one, I mean, what you were mentioning in terms of who wouldn't want to be close to a man who's got 1.4 million followers and who has money and all of that. And my statement is, who you're right. Any woman would, right? But as far as him protecting that woman, he would not just protect any woman. Number two, my thought is Kevin is not going to have a random around while he is actually filming his show. Okay. Now, Kevin is a lot of things, but he's not going to have a person who is not used to him being live and understanding the importance of staying out of the camera, unless that individual he had also had a YouTube channel, also wanted to be on camera, so my thought is that it was Melanie there.
Yes, that's what we said on the show tonight. I believe it was her there. It seems like her voice matched, and that's just me allegedly believing that it was Melanie. She lives about 23 miles from where he does.
Yeah.
So you guys think it was Melody, and so you think there is possibly a situation where there's Melody versus Hortensia?
No, there's
no.
Go ahead.
Let me just say, I think it was Melody there on the last IG, which is Tuesday. Okay. Keep in mind, Kevin always posted every single day. After that last IG Tuesday, where he says, I want you to get out of here. He's trying to get this person out of his house. She's saying, I want to get on. She said, no, they only want me. They don't want you. They only want me. So I know you're not talking about the people, because most of them hated him. So he must be talking about whoever's sponsoring him. All right. So they only wanted him. And he says, go. I don't care what you do. Get anything you want. Just go. Get out of here. I'm trying to protect you. So that's a person who's familiar with YouTube, who wants to show people that they're aligned with Kevin because they want to attract some of Kevin's people, and that's not Hortensia. Okay, Hortensia said that she met him at the restaurant. She knew who he was from YouTube. She met him at the restaurant, went home with him. Now, okay, that's a done deal. Okay, who came into that place or would have had access to it? Maybe it's the same person he was trying to put out. Came in there and saw him with Ortasia and something went down. The neighbor said that there was a huge argument. There ain't nobody even talking about that. The neighbor, and this is not a conspiracy, this is written down. The neighbor said there was argument going on there. There was argument. Why is the police saying they responded to an injury involved? This is all written on paper.
Okay, Tanique, let me stop you right there. Please go back and I've never heard anything about an argument or a neighbor. Can you please expound on that? Because now this is information that I haven't heard.
Neighbors said that they heard loud arguments coming from that unit that they were in. All right. This is what the neighbor, as the police do their investigation, people act like they didn't go to neighbors and stuff like that. You heard the fire chief or whoever was on 911 say, why don't you go to the neighbor so you can find out what apartment you in? And she wouldn't go, Ortasia didn't want to go to the neighbors. But when the police did their investigation, the neighbors said they heard loud argument coming from that particular unit, which is further saying that something in that unit went down.
Oh, wow.
But why didn't she want to go to the neighbors though? Because
she's from Texas. She's out of town. A dude is dead. It's like me coming over there. Okay, I'm coming to see you. All right, I'm coming to see you. Okay, we're going to do the nasty. All right, fine. Yo, ex-old man show up and he shoots you. Holy cow. I'm not from your state. I don't know what the heck. I don't know what. I'm going to tell the police some strange dude came in. Well, what did he look like? Man, it happened so quick. I don't. You know what they're going to put in jail? They're going to put me in jail. So I got to decide, do I want to stay in there? What do I do? If we engage, you got semen inside you. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, to consider. I'm panicking because I don't know. Do I even want to be involved with this? This evidently been going on long before I go. I just met you last night. Last night I met you. And now you dying? You gonna croak on me? Come on, Kevin. Come on. I'm like, is he dead? Because you just said he was blue. Come on, Kevin. Come on, Kevin. Come on, Kevin. I said, fight. Think of your daughter. Who are you talking to if he dead?
Well, yeah, who are you talking to if you're saying that, yeah, he is dead, but aside from that, the cardiac arrest where there's no oxygen going to your brain, he can't think anyway.
Coroner's office said he didn't die from cardiac arrest. They said that they would have knew that right away. That's the reason why the FBI has it.
And that's probably why they're real quiet, right?
They're that quiet. Get your lawyer. I want to go to court. I got questions I want to ask you. I want to ask you why you live 23 miles away, but you want to get on YouTube, but don't want to drive and check on your friend that's so close. 23 miles.
Mm-hmm. And why did you, the day that he died, why did you pick up your phone and put it on mute and act like you were talking to somebody, but you weren't because you had it on mute. You had your phone on mute and you accidentally showed it.
I saw that.
Why would you cuss the people out who are trying to tell you what they hear? If you're lying to me, I will rain down fire up on you. I'm like, this is not the right emotions to be displaying. You're not this dude's wife. You're not this dude's woman. If you so close, you went on listen, I shared tonight, she went out of town. She got it all online, celebrated his birthday on an island somewhere over there. I forgot where it was right now. Mm-hmm. Okay. I ain't never been to an island with my real sister. We close. That's 4 of them. We got money. And we've been to family reunions. We don't even hang that tough with each other. So you all sister, y'all, did y'all have the same room? Y'all sleep in the same bed?
Well, the picture that you posted, Tanique, when you see her, I'm a woman, and I could see just that dazed gaze look in her eyes. Kevin was standing there, and he's just looking, but she just had that. It was a aura of infatuation or something. Women, we can tell.
Well, I have a different take on that too.
Okay, go ahead, girl.
I think that Melanie is a dark. she's a dark energy. She's a dark spirit in my opinion. I
Yeah,
also
she's a
think that she's a
ghostbuster.
control freak. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
she's
think
a
she's
very, very controlling freak. That's why I
yes,
told him that tonight she wanted to be number one. And I said, first, you can't
yes.
be number one because Big Charles is number one. Secondly, you can't be Orteja because you got Brittany Renner. So Brittany Renner and Kevin actually had a relationship, and that's on film. So they were still
Mhm.
going through their drama. So Brittany number two. Well, he picked up Orteja at the restaurant. They did something. So Orteja got to be number three. So you walk in and realize you got to be fourth place, and maybe you don't like it.
True. The only question about this Hortensia person or whatever is the IG account was created 10 days ago. So, you know, I have a hard time
What?
understanding how her IG account was created 10 days ago. It did
Mm-mm,
have
not true.
what?
There were 3 IG accounts. The original IG account had already been got by mainstream media, ASO, by Revolt. They had already got to the mainstream account. There are 3 accounts for her, and the other 2 fake accounts were made recently. Her original account was not, and that's the one you'll see that's private, and you'll see Storm Monroe right up under there, and she'll say, "Leave my family and me
Yeah, I saw
alone."
that one.
Okay, that's where the pictures come from, that account, not those other 2.
Okay, okay. Well, my thing is too, you know, why are you accepting people on your page when you've stripped everything? You see what I'm saying? Like to me, I think that there's something eerie about that. And don't accept people if you don't want them on your page. So I know I know the scheme of what people do sometimes is they create they get in during a situation or a controversy, and then they turn that page into something else once they have the subscribers that they need. And I don't know if this is the case in her situation or whatnot, but I just think that there's something odd about this girl. You know,
There's a lot odd about this girl,
pretending to
and
be a nurse.
Yeah, I was
I
gonna
don't.
say, do you guys think she's a nurse?
Nope.
well, I'm not gonna take that away from her. What I did find out was that she was a nurse, but her license are not active.
What?
Yeah, her
Imagine
license
that.
was not active. You know, I'm a nurse, so I don't practice it, but I still keep my license up and I take the test. So you have to pay. You keep your license up and take a couple of
Most
tests
people
every year
do.
to make sure your
Yeah,
skills
they
up.
do.
Well, hers were expired,
My
and
mom is
then her
a retired nurse practitioner, and she's in
right.
her 70s. And she just maybe 2 years ago, because everything, well, Tanique, you know, with California nurses, now everything is
Yeah.
done online. And so we
Yep.
would have to take those tests. And I was never able to really get her registered with the complete, you have to upload your continuing education units, right?
Hmm.
All of
Right.
that stuff. So most nurses do not let their license lapse. I don't
And
care.
then
Hmm.
and then in COVID reneged all of that. They didn't even care. They just re-up people's license, period. And now for the first time in America, we can cross state lines and don't have to have qualifying hours or anything because almost everywhere is completely short nurses. Completely, so
Hmm.
many of them died during the COVID period of time. So in COVID, you shouldn't even have to, because we still at the COVID mandates, and they're saying by September of this year, 200 million Americans are expected to receive this new version of COVID in the fall. At least they're getting ready for that. So my
Yes.
point is, they took the whole thing off of it. So and unretired. My brother is a retired nurse. They unretired him, and they unretired him and renewed his license and brought him back to the hospital to work. And he'd been retired for 15 years.
I just
Wow.
think that whole 911 call was suspect. To
It
me,
was staged.
yes, it was, and that's why I
And
don't understand. Go ahead.
ask yourself why there are 2 911 phone calls. Okay, the second one is just
Shortening the
911.
line
After
was.
they told her not to get off 911, say don't get off, something may happen. So she gets off anyway. Then it's the 911 operator calling fire station 21 to respond. to a man who is injured but responsive. Injured but responsive.
Didn't he die at the hospital?
Yes, he did. He died at Piedmont. Now, I told you earlier why the confusion was because you had an officer, Kevin Samuels, who died at Grady. And then you had the YouTube Kevin Samuels at Piedmont.
Now, doesn't that seem odd to you? I'm not going to say that it's
I know,
almost
but
like
I know.
that's like a 007 or James Bond movie where did they
It's
target the wrong person? You know, it's odd.
Well, it's like the people who I believe were responsible, who the elites, the higher up, wanted to kill Kevin, was sure that he was going to go to Grady from there. But they had different ideas, and Piedmont was actually closer, and they went to Piedmont.
Black Magic, can you talk? You said you felt like Melody had. I know Tanique earlier said that she was into demon chasing and all this stuff.
No, you read it for yourself. Now wait a minute, you saw it.
Right, but wait a minute, Black Magic. Why do you say she had a dark spirit? I'm interested because I only heard about this part through Tanique.
No, I mean, he's absolutely correct. I mean, if you Google her name, it's big as day. It's like the first entry about her.
She's
is
a
that
Ghostbuster. She chased spirits and demons and goblins and voodoo and witches. That's why that dude, she's married to a black guy. That black guy got a divorce. Let me tell you something. Black men don't get divorced. Even if they're wrong, they want to stay. All right, because they don't want to go through divorce and lose everything. When a black man divorces you, baby, you are his worst nightmare. He didn't care. You can have everything. I want out.
Listen to me. Look, my stepdad told my mom, why we got to get divorced. I mean, we living good and I ain't got a problem. They ain't going like, I ain't going nowhere.
It's the truth. Black guys don't get divorced. And if they do get a divorce, trust me, I mean, you got to really be bad. I mean, a cat is kind of stopped from catching a case. He ready for murder. So therefore, he just wants to get out of it.
Wow.
That's why they got that big picture up there on Google. And it says, Melanie King's husband divorced her, and they got her in a crying pose. And why ain't nobody else picked her up? How come she ain't married now? Come on, man, start talking.
Because
she's like crazy self.
Her Kevin Samuels because she's over 40 and got 2 kids and a divorcee.
So that means she was left over and spoiled twice.
Exactly.
My God. That's
but
bad.
you know, see, I don't believe Kevin Samuels even believed that theory because his mother got married in her 50s or 60s. She was
50 years old when she got married. She was he said that women who were 50 and single that they should be in what they call them used stores or thrift store.
No, this man was crazy.
Yeah, I know. Whatever.
That's what he said. He put some on, and if you're in your 40s, you need to be in a retail, and if you're in your 45, you need to be in what do you say? 40, you're retail, and if you were 45, you need to be in an outlet, and if you were 50, you need to be in the thrift store.
Well, you know, he also referenced nurses as well as being like the number one, like, no. I can't remember what he said because I didn't really watch him. But he talked about nurses too.
Really?
Talked bad about nurses.
What about
that? You know, they were people that you shouldn't date. You know, when you talk about the modern woman or whatever he was talking about, and talked about how, you know, the professional women, aka the modern woman, they're too aggressive, masculine, all of those. And he mentioned a nurse.
Man, he must know the nurses I know, boy. He should meet some of the nurses I know. Well, of course, they black coffee, no sugar, no cream, but they just as feminine and beautiful. And when they come to somebody who weighs 200 pounds, they be like, will you come over here and help me?
Right.
I'm like, you can't do that. You know I'm not trying to pick that man up, man. Come on over here, D.
I don't think he believed. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't think that, definitely he didn't practice what he preached at all.
Absolutely.
Across any board. Nothing he said to me is what he lived.
Ain't nobody talking about the other woman he lived with either. Because y'all ain't seen those videos.
No, can you expound on that? Because I
You
heard
talking about the white one?
No, he was in with another woman in Atlanta, and they were into it all the time, fighting polices and everything. And she was complaining about his BMW, his white one, the one for $18,000. It was leaking oil. All over his driveway. Okay, but he was with that woman, and he was telling her she was tired of paying the assessment fees. She was putting all the bills and everything, and she's like, "I'm not gonna pay the assessment fee. I'm gonna get hit with another fine." And they out there arguing and going on. He's standing in the way because she got him on camera and stuff. I got all those videos. So to me, I'm like, how would anybody go over to this guy for advice?
I thought he was renting a room from her.
That's exactly what the lady said. Remember, you renting the room, you compromising yourself.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
He put all those videos together, and you see giant red flags everywhere.
Yep.
And people just didn't do their research.
Now,
Yeah,
Tanika,
nobody
you also said something about potentially that you thought he was bisexual or gay.
To me, the guy, it reminds me of the 80s. You may be a little young, but in the 80s, they were trying to excuse these men wearing these tight pants and stuff like that. These little short jackets look like they're about to bust out of them. And they came up with the term queer eye for the straight guy. I don't know. Can you remember that?
No.
And they were trying to make it look like these were masculine, husky construction workers, but they weren't. These men were gay. And that was the term they came up with. Well, they quickly faded out. You'll see them in church today. Choir directors, instead of these tight pants on, a man with pants on tighter than your girdle, what the heck do you want to do with him? His pants are tighter on him than your girdle is on you.
But you know what? See, I'm okay with gay guys. I'm okay. I'm cool with it.
Well, you in Frisco, you should be. But my point of the matter is, I mean, I'm just being real. My point is, I don't have no problem with gays. I have a problem with people who hide and excuse. I can't say what I want to say, but Pimp C said this. Pimp C said, "Don't mess up the pussy population." Okay, so if you gay, don't be pulling that out of some Hershey, the Hershey Highway, and sticking it in no woman. Okay, that's not gay.
So you're saying don't download that.
Don't be giving AIDS to the women for the real men out here who like it. Those of us who like the pussy population. Okay, if you gay, do your thing. Come out the closet. I'll drink a Diet Pepsi with you. That's cool. Celebrate. But why would you go be with Big Charles in your bed, okay, and then turn around and going out with Ortasia, and all you do is using these women for their credit cards and stuff like that. The bottom line, he wanted these women with high income because they were footing the bill.
That is correct, and he was gay as gay can be. So,
the gay men. What?
Black Magic. Now you said you've been researching them. Is that what your findings? That's per your
well,
research.
I mean, Kevin is like, before Kevin was the Kevin that you all know. I mean, everybody in the manosphere called him gay. He got his big break when BGS asked him to do a video, and I can't remember who he did the video on. And I think it was. Go ahead.
In that counseling session with Future, I laughed so hard at that I could barely make it to the washroom. That was a video. Listen, that was a video. The Future put him in a video. All right.
He said he didn't know.
I heard about that.
He did. Yes, he did. I got the video. Okay. Future put him in a video, but then let him use that segment to make you think that he was actually helping Future, but that was in Future's video. It's a fraud. Now, the thing with Nicki Minaj, that's legitimate, but let me explain to you how it works. I can have anybody I want on my show. I got 40-something thousand followers. I could tell them, you know what, we want to get this person. But then you have to ask yourself a question. Am I going to pay somebody $50,000 to give me 10 minutes to come on my platform? I ain't paying nobody $50,000. I got enough paperwork on Nicki Minaj that I can read. Like, why would she, if she got self-esteem, marry a man who's charged with underage sex, and you can't even live in certain areas because your husband can't be there with you because he's charged with underage sexual misconduct? He didn't ask her that, did he?
No.
He would. That's what I want to know. Why would a woman of your stature with $100 million, I don't care how much love it is, look, I can't be with no woman that molested no child. I can't live in my neighborhood because the people gonna run a background on you and be like, no, we don't want this child molester here. Now, where am I gonna live at? You know, I'm just being real. So why didn't you ask that question? I gotta give you $50,000. You don't want to answer?
Wait, so you say, wait, so he paid for Nikki to join the live stream?
You're gonna pay for any celebrity come on your show, except the ones who need help, like these up and coming rappers. They'll give you $100 to help push the rap song for you and things of that nature. But when you reach out to celebrities, they're not coming over to talk to you for nothing. You must be joking. They just love you too.
I got too many. I just finished walking my daughter across graduation. I got too many tuition fees to pay, so I can't pay nobody to come on my show.
And then let's say you got a celebrity on your show. There's a chance that YouTube won't even monetize it, so you will never get your money back.
Oh wow.
Let's say you get a celebrity. Let's see who we think of. Let's say you get let's say you get what was his name? He's not in the country no more. He left the country. He's a rapper.
Who left the country?
You know, the guy left the country. They wouldn't let him back in the country. Was it a rapper? I cannot think of his name, but nothing in the world. He's really controversial. He really was hard on the industry. He went over to Africa.
I know who you're talking about. Man.
That guy. You saw him everywhere, man. He been rapping for 20-something years. He even changed his name because of it. What is his name?
And he has all those kids too.
Yeah, exactly. What is that guy's name? You know who I'm talking about. My God, I can't think of his name for nothing in the world. He did the Chappelle show. He did a lot of things. He did a movie. He did a movie with Bruce Willis.
Huh.
He's on that bus. People are trying to kill him, and Bruce Willis is protecting him.
A rapper?
Yeah, a rapper. He did a movie with Bruce Willis, and the police want to get him. And Bruce Willis is a police officer, and found out that the police was trying to kill him, and Bruce Willis actually winds up saving him.
Okay, that's what the cell phone is for. Let me see if I can find it. Anybody in the chat, can you please drop it if you know? I'm looking now.
They even brought him out earlier as a protege of Tupac. I cannot think of who he is, but he's famous. If you had him on your platform would blow up. Okay, well, you pay the money for him to come on your platform, and Mos everybody loves Mos Def. That's him, Mos Def. Okay, you got Mos Def on the show, huh?
Mos Def left.
Yeah, he went to Africa, but he changed his name. He changed his name too. That's been a couple of years ago. Where you been now? Don't do that. You don't want people to know you don't know.
I mean, I did know, but I don't forgot. Okay.
But he's not Mos Def anymore. He changed his name, begins with an N or something. But the point is, so you bring Mos Def on this show. Okay, you're going to have 200,000 people. All of the hip hop community is going to come because you got Mos Def, right? Okay, so when Mos Def leaves, YouTube's not going to monetize Mos Def on your platform, especially with Lyor Cohen being the president of YouTube Music. So now, what did you pay that money to get Mos Def over here for? About $10,000 out your pocket for 10, 15. Most will probably give you 30 minutes. You don't care. He's nice like that. You get 30 minutes. You can ask him questions. Okay, it's not going to be monetized on YouTube unless you Tasha K or you the late Kevin Samuels. But if you do it, they don't. Certain people don't like Mos Def, so they're not going to monetize. So how are you even break even to get your money back?
Right. $50,000 is a lot of money.
That's why I would go to the newspapers. That's why I love Rolling Stone. That's why I love ASO especially. That's why I love the LA Times. That's why I love the New York Times, Chicago Tribune. I don't even have to go to gossip magazines. I want to know the real story. And you got enough content, if you read that stuff, to bring to your people and share and educate them.
Yeah, that's interesting.
They can't see nothing.
I didn't know that a lot of these celebrities, because Tasha K always says she doesn't pay for interviews.
She's a lie. She said Kevin
That is a lie, honey.
Ain't nobody coming on your show without no money, man. It's paid. You ain't going. When you go on these other YouTube channels, when you really get to a certain level, Vlad TV gonna pay you if he wants you, but you got to have something controversial and being worth interviews for. I mean, you know, you gonna fly out to Los Angeles or what have you? Are you gonna fly there for nothing? Who's gonna pay for that ticket? You gotta go. Why would you pay for a ticket to fly out, be on YouTube with a YouTube?
Now, Tanique, did you know did you know Vlad was married to a black woman from Oakland?
All I know about Vlad is everybody I know who appears on this show, including Kevin Samuels, either go to jail or die.
Yes, when you watch his interview with Kevin Samuels, it sounds like an interrogation.
Well, it's because he was nervous, number one. And number two, he knows that Vlad had done his homework. Somebody had done the homework for Vlad.
Yeah.
So he couldn't lie about that degree.
Probably the police and the FBI. Probably the police and the FBI, because he has too much information. There was one rapper who was locked up right after he got on Vlad's show. Vlad asked him a question and the police wanted to know, did you do this? He said, yeah, I did that. I would have never asked that question. When he left Vlad, he was immediately arrested, and now he's facing a long term in federal prison. They had no evidence until he admitted it on Vlad TV.
Now, Black Magic, you said that Kevin Samuels blew up after a particular interview. What interview was that?
It wasn't an interview. BGS, who basically is, he was like one of the leaders of the Black Manosphere, but he's kind of separated himself now. But initially, he was the one who started to bring Kevin on panels and, you know, kind of lead the charge in getting Kevin acclimated into the Black Manosphere. And this was around 2015.
What you don't even need that. What you really need is, if you really want to become, the first thing you have to do is decide you want to be a social influencer. That's the title for it. Okay? You want to be a social influencer. All right. Now, in order to be a social influencer, there's certain things you're going to need. Your name's going to blow up. First of all your stuff got to connect. Twitch, Twitter, IG, Facebook, all got to connect in together. And you're going to become a social influencer in whatever that may be. Maybe you want to talk to women like Kendra G do, talk to women and about men. I want to see her man. I ain't seen him yet. But nevertheless, talk to women about how to get a man, let men talk about women or whatever. And these are some of the ideas that Kevin Samuels did, because Kendra was doing that before him. All right.
You talking about, what did you say again?
Kendra G out of Chicago, WGCI radio station.
Yeah.
Kendra G did this on IG, blew up. When she do her lives, what she was doing, hooking people up. Here's how she did it. Now, and I kind of admire it. I like it. What she did was she wanted single people to come, and sometimes she'll put single men out there and let them tell who they are, what they do, what they like. And if there's a woman interested, you can pass your information to her, and she will pass the information to him. And then she'll go to women and do the same thing. That's pretty cut, straight, and dry, and that was nice. Well, when he saw that, he took her platform and decided to attack the fact that Black women didn't have a man by putting Black women down. Nevertheless, what they've been through, he don't even give you the opportunity to explain your situation. It's you the problem. Regardless of you being abused, beat up, you the problem. You was too strong. You challenged that man. And so he gave Black men an excuse, which is why they love it. He ain't talking about the Black men laying up on a woman and the woman doing everything. He ain't saying nothing about that. He ain't saying nothing about the Black men sleeping in their mama's couch and ain't working, ain't doing anything at all, ain't paying child support, because he didn't pay child support. Why would he do that? If he didn't do that, he gave him an excuse. The women are too strong. Well, who want a weak woman? I don't want one. I had strong sisters. I had a strong mama. I got the strong aunties. What I want a weak woman for? If I want something I can control, I get me a dog. As Pop say from Friday, and kick it in the butt, bang, 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 all day long. The dog don't say nothing. You know. So my point of that is, he changed this thing that Kendra and them were doing, and he decided to shame Black women and make them believe that they were at fault for everything. Lost relationship, they were at fault for divorce, even though he divorced. They were at fault because the baby daddies were taking care of kids. And what I'll never understand, and none of you can make me understand, is why Black women kept going back over that.
You know, I thought about that. And you know, obviously, I think that they had low self-esteem. But aside from that, I think that they just wanted the attention from, not from him, but as far as like just the attention period.
I think they did. I think they did. I
But
think they did.
Did they think they
But-
were going to get a different result after the way he talked to most women? Like, I feel like a lot of these women that went really felt that they were going to be the exception.
Well, I mean, sometimes I think that they have that in their mind, but I really don't think that there are some women that really don't care, you know, what the man says or what they have to go through in order to get the attention. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, Kevin had 20 to 30,000 people in his chat. I think,
okay, but the women that were, a lot of the women that were on there, from my investigation, allegedly, I found out were pre-selected. And every now and then, a woman would get in there who was not pre-selected, and immediately she was cut off.
Okay, well, you know what?
If you got in
that's
there,
been my theory. So
if you got
you know,
in there, go ahead, man.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're saying exactly what I was trying to prove, but I could not prove.
Oh, I did, and that's why they came from Facebook. That's why he say, I'm going over to Facebook. He wasn't going to Facebook. He was going to his program people to get the pre-selected women who were supposed to act ignorant and take that abuse. Now, there were other
you said that there was a GoFundMe for women that I saw one GoFundMe with one woman associated with Kevin Samuels, but I didn't see a victim's GoFundMe.
Well, I got it. I'll send it to you. It was up unless somebody called GoFundMe and said take it down. That's why I made copies of it, even the one Melody had up, or the person pretending to be Melody, whichever it was. That's why I made copies of it. I do too, because I put it up in like an hour after I put it up. What I put up was not the GoFundMe. I didn't attack that. But I got the statement from his family saying, one, this so-called friend of Kevin saying that Kevin died broke is a liar. He is a liar. And they said unequivocally that they will not, under any circumstance, have anything to do with a GoFundMe. It's not needed. So I put what they said up, and I said, why would a friend of Kevin's go and open up a GoFundMe? And his family just said that they don't need it. They're not participate with GoFundMe. They have money.
Yeah, why would a friend of the family needs to do it? Why would a friend ever do something like that?
Because if that friend wanted $50,000 in their own pocket, they would do it.
Exactly.
Let me tell you why. Because when we covered Young Dolph, we notified the family of 15 GoFundMes. Young Dolph's GoFundMes were so intriguing that even the police had to take a look at him. One in particular, because it was set up 5 months before he died by the same people.
Oh, wow.
That's right. I want you to hear me. One GoFundMe for Young Dolph, and I'll email it to you over to, was set up for Young Dolph 5 months. So 5 months before he died, somebody was raising money, and ignorant people were actually putting money in there. 5 months before he died.
That sounds like somebody knew, like that was a setup.
That's why the police was interested.
It's just so funny to look at who Kevin is now, or who Kevin was right before he died, because again, his earlier tenure on YouTube, I mean, this guy was getting cussed out, ran off panels, called gay. Like I was saying, as far as the video that BGS had him actually do, BGS had to take it off his channel because all the comments were so disrespectful from men. Like, men did not mess with Kevin in his earlier YouTube days. They did not want to be associated with someone who appeared to be gay.
They didn't mess with him until he started to excusing their behavior.
That is
okay.
Correct.
If you know what, if I don't want to come home and make love to my woman, then I don't want her. The day I feel like I got to hit you, we don't have anything. This is over with. I'm sorry. This is just the way I feel. I got to hit. So he started excusing men who were abusive to women by blaming the women. See, what you did was you got you a woman she's overstrong, and she brought out that masculinity in you. And this is why men were sewing into him so much. Yeah, she did. She talked you down. You know, since we were children, our mothers told us we wasn't going to be nothing, and we've been abused by black women forever. This is not a new theory that Kevin is talking about. There have been people who've been doing this for years. He just found a platform that gave men an excuse. The reason why you're not working is because they're giving black women a job. They drive in the truck. Yeah. And okay, all of a sudden now, black men have the biggest excuse in the world for not going to McDonald's and saying, welcome to McDonald's.
Right. But Kevin initially was pounding on the men.
Yeah, he was. I was talking about his evolution. And if you look at his earlier days, he was a geek. You know, he was disheveled. I saw a picture where his tie was off. He talks about women wearing weaves. Clearly, he has a male unit, I said. I mean, he morphed himself into this savvy, superficial being, this persona. It was well crafted. If you go back, I don't even think the man was bleaching, to be honest. If you look at his earlier videos, he was a shade darker. I think he really changed his physical aesthetics and tried to become this Mac Daddy. And Black Magic, you made a point. You said something about his mentor. Who was his early mentor? I'm curious.
Okay, that was BGS.
Oh, okay, BGS. Okay, that was his mentor.
I don't think that. I think that it was other people who understood the Atlanta circuit.
No. I'm talking about like 2015, 2016, 17.
I'm talking about who changed his persona. If you understand, who is your biggest threat?
You're talking.
Yeah. Who is your biggest threat when it comes to getting a man? It's another man. It's not another woman. It's another man. Because look at all these faggot pastors. Excuse my expression. I'm sorry. I mean, they're married to women. We just saw that with Miss Pastor Duncans, right? Been married all this time, sitting there with a man from OnlyFans, recording himself on the Hershey Highway. Yeah, just think about what I'm saying. And you look at all of this, and you go, my God, okay, you want to be a gay pastor? Be a gay pastor. Why you sit there now? This woman is being checked. They got to wait about 2 years to make sure she ain't got hepatitis and AIDS or everything, because he been going to the guy as long as he been married to her.
Well, when you asked me the question, who was his mentor, I was talking about when he first came on to YouTube. The whole reason he was on YouTube is because BGS asked him to.
Right, but I'm saying
because he was against it.
Image and got Gucci glasses and all that stuff.
Oh, no. Yeah,
I can't find BGS. What does BGS stand for?
I forgot.
Can you put it in the chat?
Yeah, it's BGS. Shit. It's been so long since I've hold on, let me think about this. Oh man.
Tanique, have you seen his evolution from where he started to where he ended up?
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that had a lot to do with location. I believe it was the gay, lesbian, and transgender people, and they had him switch his whole philosophy completely, if you follow. And his philosophy was not talking to men or excusing men. It became put down the black woman.
Do you think that he was actually an image consultant, or do you think that there may have been some actual escort services involved?
If I were walking around with Kevin Samuels in any of the places that I attend, and it's a high value, a lot of money, those guys say, Chief, let me talk to you for a second. I'd be out in the back alley fighting for my life. I'm just being real with you.
Right.
It just wouldn't. It's like it just wouldn't work. All right, because that there's just a certain thing about a man's atmosphere that it cannot be suspect or circumspect. You know, and that guy was suspect and circumspect. and it just wouldn't work. It only works with a certain class of people. And he's an illusion, and a lot of people bought into the illusion.
I feel that it was a charlatan that was a con artist, and I think he conned a lot of people. I feel like he was the wizard. Like so the curtain has been pulled back. All of the things that he alleged, this big, spectacular, overwhelming image, has been, reduced to the women that he talked about. You are them. That is you.
I believe he's a warlock. Well, let me tell you something. How to spot a warlock if you go to church. These are men who really can't get along with women. They can't. A man been divorced twice. He couldn't even decide which woman he wanted to be. He had a problem with women. This probably stemmed from his mom. It probably stemmed from his wives. And I think when he was talking to women, he felt like he was talking to those people.
I agree.
Who hurt him inside. He's taking out what he thought about women that he couldn't tell that to or wouldn't want to tell that to. He told it to other people. Hurt people. Is that simple?
Absolutely. You hit the nail on the head. Hurt people. I said earlier, I do believe that there were some good things that he said, like reinvent yourself. There was some positive messaging, but his delivery fell short. It just did.
Well, I look at people's intentions. And my thing is that you can say, you can take that same statement and say Charles Manson, there might have been something good he said at one point. But aside from that, his actions, who did I say? I don't know who I said. But anyway.
You said Charles Manson.
You said Charles Manson.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, what I'm saying is that you can say that a killer can give good advice, but they still gonna kill your ass.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Let me give you a better example. Let's take a look at Ted Bundy, who was quite the charmer of women. And Ted Bundy was a lawyer. And he despised women and killed them and went to his grave smiling that he was able to pull the wool over women's eyes. He died happy that he killed all those women with no remorse.
Wow.
But see, you have to look at it too, and that was a good example. The other point that I was going to make was the fact that, he's a closeted gay man masquerading as a straight man, trying to give straight people advice on relationships. And to me, I looked at that as just bad intentions. Like, I don't know really what your agenda is. Like, 1 minute you're talking about, Greek gods and little boys being used for sex back in the day. And, you're posting same-sex marriages on your Facebook page. And, then the other part, you're talking about women. Like, it's so confusing because my thing is that he did not live. He did not show who he really was.
Right.
Let me ask you a question then. So let's say that I'm sponsoring you, and let's say, man, you got $600,000 worth of cars. You ain't even got no job. You're a Home Depot employee, and we brought you from Home Depot, and yet we paid millions of dollars in child support from this ex-woman, wife of yours, and yet still you're not pushing totally the agenda that we want you to push, which you're hinting around it. Let's see, he was selling genital powder, ball powder for your nuts and put it in your booty crack for men. But you can see how uncomfortable he felt actually trying to sell it and sponsor it. The way Tasha K do tampons, he was doing that. Men put this powder on your nuts and your scrotum under your nuts. And what woman want to look at a penis full of powder? I mean.
Right. Well, he also told them to keep their butthole clean too. He told them how to clean their butthole.
If you got to tell a man to wash his butt,
oh no!
If you got to tell a man
on his YouTube channel,
it is. If you got to tell a man to wash his behind, you need to rethink. If a man's nails ain't clean, he ain't washed behind his ears. If you want to know if he's stinking and dirty, just wipe behind your ear and smell your finger. Okay. You got to tell a man how to groom himself, get a shave, get a hair. You don't need to be there because I ain't. My mom always told me. A woman that won't clean her bedroom won't clean her body. How come in your house dirty? It's time to exit stage left. I ain't gonna go through trying to teach you how to clean it. It's something wrong. Your mom and daddy couldn't do it, so I'm not God. I can't take nothing and make something out of it.
Hmm. Well, he's always, to me, he's always been a liar from day one. I mean, even with the fragrances, you know, he was barred out of the fragrance community because he, you know, would get would never pay for nothing, you
Because
know,
people
and
ain't buy that stuff. You know, they sponsoring you because you got these huge $1.4 million people. So people are thinking, okay, if we can get 20% of that, okay, they don't understand how this thing works. You know, like you buying subs and they can put those subs up there like you really act. How you gonna have 500,000 subs, okay? And let me show you how to spot these people who buy subs. You got 500,000 subs, but 10,000 people actually like your content.
That's
Mhm.
why. What's the point of buying subs? That was what I was trying to get.
Because
At.
y'all
For
still
sure.
come. Y'all
Mhm.
still come. That number looks better than 3,000 subs or 2,000 subs and stuff like that.
Mhm.
I'm trying to get my people to come over here where you are. I don't care. I don't own
Yeah.
YouTube.
I
Well,
appreciate
I
that. Thank you.
I'm
told
gonna
them
tell
come
you,
over here. Learn something over here.
you know, I think O'Shea is involved with the buying the subs. I think that the lead attorney is involved with buying the subs.
Wow.
Yeah, because his numbers, his
He
numbers
has
just don't make sense.
he's having a memorial on
Oh
YouTube.
God.
Somebody told me. And this is where y'all gotta get the sub. Y'all gonna get, you have the subs only, and where you'll be able to do the $100 super chats and stuff like they used to do for Kevin.
What?
I guess.
Yeah, it'll be this weekend.
May
Okay, wait.
15th.
Tanique, did you see the video that I did with O'Shea Dukes talking about introducing the Ugandan girls to American men?
No, I haven't seen it, but
You want me to play it real quick, or you want me to just
yeah,
send it to
play
you?
it because I think what's his name, Duke Farrell. He was on with me the other night.
Who?
Duke Farrell.
I don't know who that. Oh, you're talking about Duke.
Yeah,
Big
he was
Duke.
over there the other night. Yeah, Duke is cool.
Mm-hmm.
Not O'Shea Dukes.
Oh no, not him. No, I don't know
No,
him.
it's Big Duke.
Okay. Okay, let me, you know, I'm struggle streaming. I'm learning a lot of this, so you guys bear with me.
Get
Okay,
it.
so Tanique, I'm about to play this video.
The definition of law. So what I would have told Freeze did an excellent job. I mean, beyond excellent. But a lot of you, the reason.
So I'm gonna try to queue it up. I need to get the link again. But basically, it's O'Shea. Like I showed the video of, and I think Tanique, I think you've seen it with Kevin Samuels in his earlier career when he was actually aligned with O'Shea Dukes, Sinful P, and this other pimp.
Yes. Okay, now I remember definitely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, one thing to mention, he's always been aligned with them. He never stopped.
Yeah, because P and me both from Chicago.
Yeah. He never stopped. So.
And P went to Canada.
What do you mean he never stopped?
Well, you said he was aligned. He's always been aligned, even to his death. He's all like those are his friends.
That says a lot about him. You run it with pimps, okay?
Well, it's the Pimp Chronicles 101, which is what he used, you know, to I really attract women. That's what pimps do. They sell you an illusion. And nobody is more elusive than a pimp. A pimp don't care about you. You know, I grew up with Bishop Don Juan on the west side of Chicago. I went to his church, Magic Kingdom. I grew up looking at him. So a pimp don't care nothing about you. It's always business. You just a trick, okay? And that's the bottom line. But how do you take a woman with your intelligence? Think of what I'm saying now. A woman with your intelligence or this young lady's intelligence. Y'all seem very intelligent women to me. How do you take a woman like this, y'all, and make you go out and sell your body, and then you bring all your money to me? If you're gonna learn how to control women, those are the people who you want to learn how.
Right, from the pimps. Right, you're right.
From the pimps.
Mm-hmm.
How do you do that? How do they break you down to the point where even if you need money, you're gonna come and bring that money you made directly to him, give it all of it to him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but I would
But
say
that's what
that
they did.
they're not
They
as
took.
smart as they appear to be. Is
Well, that's
my
why most
thought
of
on
them
that.
wind up in jail or wind up dead and a whole other thing. But the point is, if you want to learn what to do what he did on YouTube, you need to understand that philosophy,
That is
and
correct. I agree.
that's why he was around those people, and they were still probably advising
Right.
him the whole time.
He
And I
was
feel like
learning.
I feel like they were part of his evolution. I feel like they helped him craft that new persona, because if you look at that video he did with O'Shea Dukes, he was just like, I think it goes back to what you said, Black Magic. He was just like a peon at the time.
Yes,
He
he
was
was
the
nothing.
moderator. Huh?
He was nothing.
Exactly. And then through whoever helped him craft this image, he then became the Mac Daddy. But Tanique, let me play this video for you. And this is a video, one of the videos I stumbled across. There are a couple of them where O'Shea Dukes, who was, introduced, kind of brought him into this, is telling a Ugandan girl that they're going to start introducing Ugandan women to American men, businessmen.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the other thing is that O'Shea Dukes Jackson also allegedly was in Poland and other countries trying to introduce women to American men. Now, just what you said.
Well, the reason why they did that is not because what they were trying to do is keep up with women. This is the whole Heidi Fleiss philosophy, which I'm going to do next week on my show as well, too. People don't understand that Heidi Fleiss took 7 women and accumulated a couple of $100 million. A couple of $100 million. The way she did that was by taking them over to sleep with the Saudi kings and the United Arab Kingdom and these super multi-$100 billion Arab men who would urinate and defecate on these women. But they came back. They came back with 6-figure salaries. All right. Now, how do you Fleiss, by doing this, even wind up with one of the kings getting a private jet to bring women over there? She only made one mistake. The mistake she made, she started fooling around with a couple of rich Hollywood people, and Charlie Sheen helped get her busted. That's what brought down Heidi Fleiss. But the amount of money that she made, and the amount of money that the girls on IG are making now, flying over there to be defecated on and urinated on. I talked to one of my Arab friends. He told me it's a shame. They coming over there being defecated, peed on. They don't want them. That's what they want to do to them. You'll find a lot of African women over there and the same thing. So they're doing the same thing. They're saying, okay, look, we can bring you to America, but they're bringing underage girls.
Yeah,
they're bringing
and they said that's prevalent in Dubai, right? For Black women are going over to these countries.
That's what they're going to Dubai for. Speaking of her name, what's her name over there? She in porn over there. What's that chick name? The one who lied on R. Kelly. She ate some doo-doo too. What's her name?
Azriel.
Yeah, she's in over there doing porn. Was over there doing porn, but they kicked her out of there because she allegedly stole from one of those rich guys, and the consequence for somebody who lived there would have been death. So I don't know what happened to her after that, but somebody said she was over there doing porn.
Tanique, let me play this video for you because I want you to look at O'Shea Duke Jackson, who was one of his Kevin Samuels' early influences, but as Black Magic says, he's still affiliated with. But check this out. Listen.
Right?
They're not laughing.
You're bored. Actually, we never had to do anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to get it bigger for you. Let me go back. I
thought you were going to show me Tommy Sotomayor fight. I was going to tell you what was behind that.
No. Okay, here we go.
But I guess he didn't tell you that 6 out of these 10 women in this particular place had full-blown AIDS. He didn't tell you that, did he?
Wow.
6 out of 10.
Just assume based on the numbers.
As she is, I wasn't expecting that donkey booty. So
it was a Uganda.
Ugandan girls.
Yeah, he's in Uganda.
Black dudes in America.
6 out of 10 have full-blown AIDS.
That means
that's probably why he's keeping his ass over there.
We're gonna.
Isn't he back though in California?
Women like you up with guys in America.
I didn't think so. No.
Wow. Yeah, and people don't know that this is happening because he shares the link. I think he makes the video unlisted, then shares the link to those people who are always on the channel. But if you don't know the channel, you cannot know what is taking place.
These are all USA people. The America. You want to go to America, yeah?
Yes, I do.
Okay, why do you want to go to America? Okay, in what way did it pass, brother?
Very, young.
So basically, that's just a quick video of him talking about hooking up Ugandan women with American socialites, affluent men, money-making men. Like you said, Tanique, that could be considered trafficking.
That is trafficking. It could be. That's trafficking. Trafficking is when the minute pay for play is involved.
Transaction.
There's adult sex trafficking and there's underage sex trafficking, but it's still trafficking. And if you're in adult sex trafficking, it has been proven that you're going to be in child sex trafficking too, even children.
Mm-hmm.
So you go over to Uganda and get a child and bring it over here. In fact, we got 3 pastors and pastors with huge churches in Ohio. You can watch on Dunkins and Dunkins. They just finally been sentenced to like life in prison because they were going over to Taiwan and bringing Taiwanese little children over here, aged 12 and 13, where pastors could screw them, passing them around from pastor to pastor to pastor. And their wives knew about it. So 2 of the wives got sentenced to like 50 years in prison as well, too. These men had 10, 15,000 members in their church, and they were passing these girls around pastors all over the state. And when they were finished, they would take them back to Taiwan.
But
Y'all gonna be quiet.
I find it odd. No. I find it odd that Fresh and Fit would even try to expose anybody because that Myron honey, I mean, there's pictures and videos of him being openly gay in Florida. So I mean, I find it,
But if he's not doing
odd.
anything with boys and he being gay, that's cool. That's his thing. I ain't got no problem with that.
What is that
My
right
problem
there?
is, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at something.
My problem is when you gay and you messing with children underage who can't make that decision. My problem is when you fool them. I ain't even got a problem with somebody like Mortasia coming over and she wants to do that and sell her body. That's her problem. If that's what she was doing, I don't know. I'm just saying. My problem again is when you start messing with 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 16-year-olds, 15-year-olds, 14-year-olds, 13-year-olds, 12-year-olds. No, don't work like that. Minors.
Hey, welcome, Queen Goddess. Join the chat. What's up?
Hey, how are you? How you doing?
Oh, that's Queen Tulsa.
Yes, who's one? Yes,
How you
I'm
doing?
here. Wendy's fine. Wendy's fine. What are we talking about?
We're talking about Kevin Samuels and the fact that it looks like once you pull the curtain back from the Wizard, that there may have been something a little bit more nefarious and not just an image consultant, but maybe trafficking, a lot of things going on.
Well, he had to have a way to explain all the money that he was getting. She
caught on right away. That's good. You caught on right away.
And it's unfortunate that he lost his life, but that's just the price that you pay when you get involved in the things and you live in that fast life. He was a mature man and he was still living that fast life. So that's what happens. Rest his soul.
I think Vivica Fox was absolutely right. And I think everybody should play that on their channel. When you put out that kind of karma is going to come back at you. He was literally destroying this community and further pushing Black men and Black women away from each other. And we are not each other's enemies. We are not each other's enemy. The Black woman has always been the strength of the Black man.
Man.
Tanique, let me pause you real quick, and I just want to say this. I saw you earlier, and you were talking about, you rated the Hortensia Alcantara. And I want to tell you, as a woman of color, a woman of a darker hue, I appreciate, because it's so seldom that women that are darker are celebrated. I'm an older woman. I'm a woman over 40. As Wendy Williams would say, I'm a woman of a certain age. So really,
beautiful. You fine like fine wine. I like that. Keep going.
Thank you. I might get to see you in LA. Who knows? Well, I don't know if you're married or not. But anyway,
I'm not married.
Huh?
What y'all gonna be doing?
Wait, did he say he was?
No, I'm not married. We're gonna be hot dogging, styling, and profiling, eating some good food.
Okay, so I might be. Y'all know I'm in the Bay, so LA is just a hop, skip, and a jump away. But let me just say this: what I really appreciate, not for me as much, but for younger Black women, because I'm an advocate for young Black males as well. The fact that you rated this, I don't care that you rated her as a 2, Miss Hortensia.
2.5.
It's just that it's so seldom that women that are melanated of the browner hue that were celebrated. I grew up all my life being told, you're cute, you're pretty for a dark-skinned woman. I don't give a damn now. I'm too old to care what you think about how dark I am. But what I do know is the pain and the lack of confidence that I had that these younger women may suffer. So just to hear one of our brothers finally, I don't care if you think the woman is gorgeous, but you said it ain't.
I didn't. Let me explain. I thought I rated her seriously. Let me tell you. First of all, I only like black coffee, no sugar, no cream. I mean, if you're gonna hang with me in 24-hour period, you're gonna hear Heavy D sing that song, rap that song. Black coffee, no sugar, no cream. That's the kind of girl I need down my team. I believe what God said. He said, "Let everything reproduce after his personal pronoun, own kind." I will not date out my race, period, under any circumstance. All right, point blank. All right, and when it comes to being in my race, I prefer black coffee. That's just the bottom line. Now, as just being a gentleman and looking at her, I rated her a 2.5 because I thought her hair looked nice if it was real. That's what I said. I was really real about it. She had a nice braided hair, but then I looked up and I saw that huge part, which looked like somebody mowed a lawn down it. I said, no, then she wearing tracks too. So I was just being generous and gave her a 2.0. And that 2.0 was, what I thought was fair. But black don't crack, and black women are just simply beautiful and just simply strong, and they're loyal to the end, even when they shouldn't be. I see it every day in my personal life. I see black women who wait 5 years for a man to get out of jail and greet him like nothing ever happened. And they've been the strength of the community. So if you want to destroy the community, you go after the strength. You go after the strength. Like you see now, all the marches, who do you see? Black women. What ages are there? 35 and up. Holding down the black community. Be it George Floyd, be it Mike Brown, be it Trayvon Martin, his mother. Just look all around you. The boy who just got shot in Michigan, I forget his name, Mr. Loyola. Nothing but black women from around the country up there fighting for a guy who's from Africa. He's not even African American, but what happened to him is wrong. And you see all these beautiful black women there fighting for rights for him. And why would I turn my back on that? I had strong black sisters. I had strong black aunties. I had strong women everywhere. Now, I ain't talking about women who couldn't get along with men. They were just strong. When I didn't feel like I could, they said, you could. You can do that and more. When I felt like I was under pressure, they told me I wasn't under enough pressure. You were built for it. Now, how can I turn away from that? And why would I listen to somebody who's not even black? That woman is not even black. She's a white Canadian. And I go to Canada a couple of times a week, a couple of times a month, well, every 2 months because of my job. And that's the most racist place I've ever been.
Wait, hold on. Okay, wait. Okay, so I'm like, I'm in the Bay Area. Canada, I've never been. Do you go to Toronto side or the Quebec?
I go to Toronto. I go to Ottawa. My job sends me to Toronto. It sends me to Ottawa. And it sends me to Montreal. I go there because my job sends me there. And those people do not like black people. Even the ones who mix.
Wait a
Okay.
minute. Wait. I've
Okay.
always heard, I've never been to Canada. My mom's been to Canada. I have heard that the Canadians, okay, I can't say who I work for, I'm corporate as well.
Okay.
But I work with clients in Singapore and I'm cybersecurity and I work with
Okay.
people in Canada. I've heard that Canadians are very diverse and are accepting. So
No,
you're telling
that's
me
a lie.
something.
Here's what the Canadian women want. They want what they call the black experience. They want to sleep with a black man, and the black man is going to pay the cost for it, which is a huge, huge cost. A lot of them wind up in jail and
But wait a minute, Tanique. How are we treated? If I, as a Black American female, I've gone to Italy, I've gone to Rome, right? They were so chabella, blah blah. I took my daughter. They were very welcoming. They would let me go to the front of the lines. I'm talking about in Italy, not Paris. You know,
yeah, I've been to Italy. Go ahead.
But are you telling me if I go to so I will say Italians were very warm and embracing.
They black. If you're in South Italy, they black. If you're in North Italy, they consider themselves white, which is why South Italy, which is close to Africa, and North Italians don't like each other.
But wait, so are you telling me if I go to Canada that there's a lot of discrimination against people of color?
Absolutely. 10 of my friends from Canada are on my platform. So ask them. And a couple of them are Jamaican. 2 of them are African American, and they're working over there, and they are simply miserable trying to get out of there.
Now, I do feel like in London, you feel some discrimination. I felt that.
I lived in London 5 years. I had to disagree. I lived in Mosside. I lived in Manchester. And I think the North London, it's not about racism. It's about rich or poor. That's the difference.
I'm not even going to debate you because you live there. I only went as a tourist, and I don't even know the different regions of London. But as a tourist, when we went there, what I noticed is that my mom, we had a couple incidents where they just assumed that we were Black, like African, and it wasn't until they heard our accent that we were treated a little differently. So when we talked to the Africans that were there, they said, well, you know, they treat the Africans very poorly, but with your accent, they know you're American, and that's why.
It's because 90% of the Africans in London are there illegal, and they're hiding. We're the only country who don't want any immigration or anything of that nature, so they're in hiding there. All right, and when it comes to people who are actually there legitimately in London, it is rich versus poor. I mean, London, Europe is a place where you really do have to have ways, and you really have to have means. To understand, the pound is stronger than the dollar. So you take $100 and go to the Bureau Exchange right now in England, you're probably out of that $100 only going to get about 40 pounds back. All right, that's how weak the dollar is versus the pound. So when I talk about money, I'm talking in pound sense. You have to have money. So if you don't have money, the people in North London, they're not going to look very fairly on anybody, even British people. Because you know, if you're going to live like where I lived in Manchester, there was a lot of considered poor English people who were there, but the people in North London didn't like them. That building they burnt down a couple of years ago, I'm sure you saw that on the news. They burnt it down because the rich people in London didn't like the fact that it was called fair housing for the people. They want poor people near their multi-billion-dollar industries and million-dollar mansions, and that big high-rise wound up burning down. All those poor people displaced and killed because rich people didn't want it there.
I remember something about that, but you can tell me where I stayed, because again, I've only been to London 2 times. I stayed the last time I went to London, and I only went because I'm a single mom, so no shame in that. One of the things that I wanted as a single mother was when the first time I went to Europe, my daughter was 3, because I felt that it was very important for her to understand the terms of ghetto, for her to have stamps in her passport. I just knew that it would be an imprint on her legacy, right? So let me tell you this. We stayed near Harrods. So what part of London is that? Because I wouldn't even be able to tell you.
That would be near downtown London, that would be considered like in the middle of London, and you would be in a tourist area where tourists usually hang.
Okay.
When,
Now you
when
said, but you said
go ahead.
north and south and everything. And I also had a friend. Okay, so now we getting into the deets of it. When the second time I went to London, my friend was Vlad's
Thank you for having me. And what's the gentleman's name?
Tanique Reviews. And everybody go check out Queen Tulsa. Check out her channel.
And then does this gentleman have a channel?
Tanique Reviews.
Tanique Reviews.
Tanique Reviews. Okay. Thank you so much for the engagement. I love to, and thank you for acknowledging the Black women, because like Laughs said, not a lot of men acknowledge the Black woman. I know Kodak Black was in a strip club and it was a light-skinned chick. He was just throwing money. As soon as a Black chick got on the stage and got the a brown-skinned girl got on the stage and got on the pole, he just stopped throwing money. And that made me feel a certain type of way, because she was there working like the other girls. And for you to make a moment to embarrass her, that was really messed up. But thank you for acknowledging the Black women and all women in the community.
I heard Malcolm X's speech when I was about 6, and she can tell you that it's on my show. I actually used the speech, and it's called "Who Told You?" And I was about 6 years old in school when I heard that speech, and that's why I tell them, I don't need you to tell me what I'm worth. I know what I'm worth. I know who I am. Every fabric of me, from the crown of my head to the sole of my feet. And if my parents didn't validate me, Jesus Christ did. I'm validated. So I'm not looking for any validation from anybody. I don't need a woman to tell me who I am. I don't need a man to tell me who I am. I am created in the image of God himself. Whatever God is, that's what I am. All right. So I'm straight with who I am. And I think this is what the problem is. Too many people are looking for people to validate them, unqualified people to validate you, unqualified people who don't even have what you have, trying to validate you. We behind camera here. You don't know anything about me. We didn't know anything about that guy until we started opening up an investigation. And the only reason why is because he was killed. We want to make sure that the people who did it, if there was foul play, that they go to jail. That's the only reason why my channel is interested, because the police department is confused, because everything is confused. And to me, I'm gonna give him something he didn't give people. I'm gonna make sure he get justice if there's foul play. That these foreign people and these people of other ethnicities that he loved so much but hated him, I want to make sure that they get justice if something happened to him. And so now Black people have to stand up for him because he was Black.
Yes. And you know what? Another thing, and I'm going to let you guys go. I've heard this saying, hate the sin, love the sinner. And not on that one.
Preach, girl. I like that. I know, right? Tanique, so let me tell you, when I went to London, I believe the last time I went was in 2007. It's been a minute. And I had my daughter with me. I was actually there because Vlad's wife, I knew Vlad's wife. She went to the Royal Academy of, I forget the name of it, but she's actually the person who got me involved in cybersecurity.
Really? Cool.
Yeah, so she's from the Bay Area as well as Vlad.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah, so when I took my daughter, we went over there. I believe she was about 7 at the time, and I'm not going to disclose his wife's name, but she is the person. Vlad's ex-wife is a Black chick. She's a bad mamma jamma, right? And she at that time, I think they had been. I don't even know. They must have been divorced at that time. But anyway, she was over at the Royal Academy, and she was into cybersecurity. And she's the person who influenced me. We were both into IT at the time, back in the early 2010s, 2009. And she was the one who influenced me to get my master's in cybersecurity. And I listened to her. And So it's interesting to see Vlad's evolution as well from Oakland. You know, he had his own business before he became who he is now, and he started getting into rap music and everything. And was
I used to live in Richmond, hang out at John F. Kennedy projects. Graduated from Richmond and moved. God, I can't even think of the name, to Vallejo for a while. I was there when Mac Dre and all of them was popping up.
You from the Bay Area too?
Yeah, I spent 4 years in that area.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay, so let's rewind. So you were so where were you?
I used to live right off Tuolumne in Vallejo.
Okay, you know Vallejo is crazy. Vallejo was as bad as Oakland.
Well, it wasn't back then. Back then, people in Richmond were dreaming to move to Vallejo. Okay.
Now you know Richmond has its rumors as well, but you know, there's a lot of they're changing Oakland. Oakland has really changed. But wait,
yeah, they gentrified in Oakland.
Gentrification. What part of LA are you in?
I lived in Riverside. I was in Riverside for 22 years. So I just drove 2 hours to hang out in LA and came back to Riverside County.
Now I have family that grew up. I have family that's from Compton. And then we'll have to talk online because I know you know some of my family. And then and Riverside as well, and San Diego.
I used to live in Chula Vista. I was at NCRD out there, the Marine Corps.
You know what? I just came back from Virginia, and this lady kept asking me. She was a Filipino woman. She kept saying Chula Vista. I'm going to Chula Vista for a wedding. I'm like, ma'am, you're saying Chula Vista. Yeah. I didn't know what she was talking about. She was saying
Chula Vista is a little suburb of San Diego, and when you want to get away, San Diego is not what people think it is. You know, you go out there to the zoo or come out to the beach. But when you get into like where Nick Cannon's from, into the city. That's why Nick could tell you San Diego is horrible, man. It's just as bad, if not worse, than LA.
Okay, so you know Congresswoman Barbara, what's the woman's name? You know our Congresswoman. You know our Congresswoman.
I knew your vice president. I knew Willie Brown.
Wait, whoa. You know what? We gotta take this off. Wait, let me tell you. Wait, no, we getting into some deep stuff. You know Willie Brown?
Yeah, I know Willie Brown. You ain't gonna get no job. Listen, I keep telling people, if you don't know people, you don't get no job or nothing like that, man. I know Governor Willie Brown, Mayor Willie Brown. Give me a break.
I used to
play the organ at Mingleton Temple.
I used to work at a law firm when my younger days, right after college, Willie Brown came in. He, because he's an attorney, and I was a litigation secretary. I met him one time, and he was about as tall as me. See,
had you dated Willie Brown, you'd be vice president.
Kamala, wait, whoa! But now I'm gonna give you some other deets. Kamala Harris, her and her sister Maya. They grew up on the street right behind my house, right behind my street in Oakland.
Oh, that's weird.
And her sister went to the same high school that I went to, which my daughter graduated from, which I graduated from too. So there you go. Listen, it's some bad chicks from Oakland, California.
Okay, well, she's not black either. She's Jamaican. Let's get it. Don't get it twisted.
Kamala
Harris is
okay, but let me tell you this: they go for Indian. Now, from what we knew,
I know. She wants to call herself Indian, but she's Jamaican. Read the birth certificate.
Okay, so you're saying based on their father's ethnicity.
Exactly. If your father was white, you white. If your father was black, you black. Science don't lie.
Well, let me just tell you this: from being from the Bay Area, what we know that family as is Indian and black.
What I knew about them, they wanted to be anything but black. That's all. So they didn't want to be Jamaican. They didn't want to be black. So they settled for Indian. So, okay, fine. They're not black. Let's just get it to the point.
It's just crazy. Wow. So a lot of this stuff we got to take offline because we probably know
some of the same people.
Yeah.
I used to play the organ at Mingleton Temple.
Okay, where was Mingleton Temple?
In Oakland, the largest Church of God in Christ out there.
Where was it?
In Oakland.
Where in Oakland?
I don't remember Mingleton Temple's address. You can put it right there in your browser. I'm on
I'm
a
about to put
different
it.
site.
Okay, so I was in oh, you know what? Let me not lie. It wasn't in San Diego. It was in Santa Monica. You know, our Congresswoman Barbara Lee married somebody in my family.
Oh, cool. I like Santa Monica.
Yeah, you know Barbara Lee, Congresswoman Barbara Lee?
No, I know of her, but I don't know her personally. I ever had the pleasure of meeting her.
Okay.
I know Maxine Waters though.
Okay, well, Maxine Waters was a mentor to my cousin who was an attorney in DC.
Maxine Waters influenced me when she walked into a DEA investigating Rap-A-Lot Records and commanded them to stop and free Jay Prince. I've been a fan of hers ever since.
Oh, wow. You know what? It is a smart. I'm so glad we're talking right now. I'm going to end this chat. Okay, so Tanique, how can I speak? Okay, so it's 11:42. You know, Tanique, I wish
You
YouTube
get
was
me at TaniqueReviews@gmail.
okay, Tanique Reviews at Gmail. I want to talk to you offline because
I'm gonna send it to you now.
okay. This is such a small world and we're so close to each other. I hope that we get it. Wait a minute. Wait, whoa. I might be in Los Angeles for that VidCon.
Oh, okay.
I think they said it's in Anaheim. How far are you from there?
Riverside. I always land at John Wayne Airport in Anaheim. So
Oh wait,
I
so
don't.
you have to fly from Riverside to LA.
No. I always fly into John Wayne, which is in Anaheim.
Okay.
And then I drive to Riverside, so it's nowhere. I don't fly to LAX.
Are you thinking about attending? Will you be attending?
Well, we're gonna talk about it. I mean, attend just to meet you.
Okay, so there you have it, guys. I'm gonna hold Tanique to his promise. I'm going to make it official. Look, Tanique, I am a woman I'm not a Kevin Samuels special, okay? So don't crucify me.
Oh, you know better than come at me like that. You know it ain't. You know,
but look, I'm gonna validate myself. I am still cute, ladies, and y'all still gotta hold yourself in high esteem. You always feel good about yourself. It doesn't matter. It's not the aesthetics. It's about how you feel and how you treat people. But LLG family, we are going to hold Tanique at task because I am now definitely going to make it a point to be at the VidCon, and I'm gonna see if he show up. And y'all might get to see us on screen together, smiling and laughing. Okay.
Cool. And you're always welcome to come over to my show too. If you want to host something, you're always welcome to come over there so we can help your audience grow. You
know what? I appreciate you. But I think God is divine and he puts people together. I've been watching you since you started the Nipsey Hussle. And if you even go back and you look, you can see that I donated to your channel because I believe in what you do. And I believe in the fact that you fight hard and you go down avenues that a lot of mainstream media won't touch. So I've been following you for a long time. And I
get a lot of breadcrumbs from mainstream media. I mean, I work with people in TMZ. I work with people who used to work for Perez Hilton. You need those resources so you can be on top of things and present things that most YouTubers don't present. You need other connections in mainstream media. That's how I found out that Kevin Samuels was dead, from a mainstream media person who put it on YouTube. I mean, on Twitter. I was on Black Twitter. You need to be on Black Twitter too. A lot of stuff you're going to talk about comes from Black Twitter. When he put on Twitter at about 8:30 in the morning Eastern time, all right, because he died at about 6:10, 6:30. All right, he put on Twitter, Kevin Samuels, the famous YouTuber, for real, this is not a joke, is dead.
I thought it was Gossip of the City, though, that broke the news.
No, this YouTuber he's got about 3.5 million Twitter people who follow. And they begin to attack him and for him saying that. And then he said again, for real. So right when he said it, immediately, if you look at my first video, I go on, I say, well, look, I'm hearing, I don't know if this is true or not. That's how I start my first video out, that Kevin Samuels has died. And I told people exactly where he was. I said, he has died at Piedmont Hospital, is what a Twitter, I'm not going to call a person is saying. And I said that he's given a definitive, alternative, reliable confirmation of this, that Kevin is dead. So at the same time, somebody hit me up and said, okay, well, Melanie King jumped online.
Yeah,
I said, okay, so I got my other device. And that's what she's talking about. I heard something has happened to Kevin. I'm going to call. I'm like, okay, why you going to call? You 23 miles away. You need to get over there if this is your friend. I'm going to call this other number. I'm like, why are you telling people through phones? Why are you putting this business out there? So all that stuff just started to bother me.
Wait a minute. Wait, Tanique, did you see the theatrics? And if you're lying about this, I'm going to be on your ass. Let me tell you. I was like, what the hell are you going to do? What kind of threat are you making? Like, lady, we don't know who the hell you are.
You threatening? That ain't even necessary. They just reporting to you what they getting from Twitter. You know, you got an educated following. And if you're at a certain income level, you're going to be on Black Twitter, because Black Twitter give you a lot of stuff that you can use as content. All right. Even celebrities. If you're going to be a part of Black Twitter, you're going to be a part of all of their conversations. It all happens on Twitter first before it goes anywhere else. So they telling you what they heard. You know, if you're lying to me, I will F you up. I will rain down fire on you. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with this woman?
Yeah,
and I'm like, forget her. I go back to my show. And then finally, I got relatives who work at Piedmont. So I put 911 in to them. And they're like, okay, well, dude, I need you to check this out. And then I said, yeah, he dead. Second video, right after that, he is dead. Then she come out, oh, I heard from the family. I said, you heard from the family? I'm like, okay, now I'm really confused, okay? So I paid no attention. I kept on going. His mother heard from watching my show. And she said it. She heard from social media, not from her. Why? If you knew his mama, why didn't you call her and tell her your son expired?
There are reports that she's saying that she was the one who confirmed it. And now I don't know it to be fact because I haven't seen that video. But there
were 50 other people talking about this before she even got online.
I know.
She got online because of what we were talking. And she said it. I'm hearing things from my people on the YouTube. Okay, yeah. You hear from us who are already on this story.
Okay, Tanique. So here, okay. It's 11:49. I'm not a high value woman. I gotta work 9 to 5. I gotta pay tuition. I'm not a size 2. My daughter just graduated with a cybersecurity, computer science in cybersecurity from Hampton University. I'm a low value woman.
Oh, in Virginia?
Listen, I just got back from Virginia. She said I lost my voice because I was screaming. I think I caught something with all, being around the different people. So I'm a low value woman. I am no value to society.
Do not say that. You are not a low value woman.
Listen, that's tongue in cheek. I'm lying. Do you think I believe that? What I'm telling you
hurt my feelings.
But look, I still got to get up tomorrow because my PTO is today at midnight. So tomorrow I got to be at that corporate job. But I want to say thank you. I wish listen, the next time you see me, I'm going to put myself on camera. I'm putting my hands up.
Did you get that email?
I haven't checked anything.
I sent it in the private chat. You can only want to see it.
I'll get it. But what I'm saying is that, you know what, I think I believe in God, and I think there's a synergy, and I believe in manifestation. And I've been watching you for some years, and just to connect us together, I feel very blessed, and I hope I see you at the VidCon. Because I'm definitely now, my daughter's going to be home because she graduated, so she's going to be home. So I told her, look, girl, I'm about to travel and do some stuff. I'll be in your neck of the woods. So I'm going to hold you accountable and hope that you can make it so that we can meet in person, okay? I'm just really excited. That's look, I gotta go on a quick diet, child. I gotta go on a quick diet because I want to look cute. I'm a woman, still want to look good. Don't care if you got a woman or wife. Well, I do carry got a wife because I'm never gonna
I
disrespect.
ain't got one. I'm
Huh?
single.
What?
I'm single. Straight.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that I do want to look cute. So y'all, all the people in the chat, your girl got to lose some. Y'all, I got to lose 10 pounds before I meet Tanique Reviews, because he definitely gonna like me because I'm gonna come cute. Okay.
Ooh, look at that.
But it's been a pleasure. Tanique, you know I got to get up and hit that 9 to 5 tomorrow. I thank you, and let me say this. I was on your chat. I didn't come on your chat to get any clout, as the young folks say, for my channel. I came on your channel earlier because of the things that you were saying and exposing, and I just think that people have freedom of speech. If you love Kevin Samuels, that's your right. If you dislike them, that's your right as well. But so I came on your channel, and as I was leaving, you were so generous to say, hey guys, let's go follow her. I appreciate that, the support from another YouTuber. And again,
Hey, nobody did it for me, so that's why I say anybody I can possibly help, I'm gonna do it. You know, and that's what it's all about. You know, one thing I'm solid in, what God has for me is for me, and nobody can shake that confidence. If God sends somebody to follow me, then they're gonna follow. But if my sheep don't hear my voice, then that's too bad.
You know what? Wait. You know what? I think you are a wonderful man. I saw your dedication in the Nipsey Hussle case. I've been following you for years. That's been what? When did that start? 2019 or 2017?
2019, the 30th of March, 2019, 31st of March.
If you go back and you could look in your emails, and you're gonna see LLG Lab Gags Gossip was a subscriber. But I just really appreciate the maturity and, you know, the conversations. There's a lot of stuff on YouTube. There's a lot of nonsense, but you are part of the more mature, like myself, you know, the dialogue that we have. So I'm gonna hold you accountable. I'm gonna tell my fans. I mean, not my fans. I don't have fans. I'm gonna tell my subscribers when I come to the VidCon. Tanique Reviews is supposed to.
When is it?
I'm gonna send you everything on the back. You told me you sent the email, right?
Yeah, I send it in this private chat, so you're supposed to go in private chat.
Okay, so I'll send you all the information. Even if you don't go to the VidCon, you know,
I'm gonna come to the Bay Area. I'm coming up there, wherever. I'm coming.
Okay, well, VidCon is in Anaheim, but if you come to the Bay Area, let me know, because I'm in the Bay Area.
Oh, it ain't nothing for me to get on the plane and come in the Bay Area, so I can come where you want me to come.
I'm in the Bay Area.
I got something I gotta tell you, so I want you to email me because it's gonna blow your mind.
Okay. I can't wait. Now, you know, I'm gonna email you in the morning, because you know what, I gotta be at this.
It's gonna blow your mind. You gonna go what? I'm gonna go yeah.
You got me laughing and giggling. I'm giggling. Look,
it ain't got to do with Kevin Samuels. It's got something to do with what we talked about. And I'll tell you, because I can't say it on here, you'll go, no way. I'm gonna go.
Wait. Okay, Tanique, listen. I gotta be at my damn job tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. No. Okay, I'm still talking to you know, but look, I'm usually asleep by 10 o'clock. Now I gotta go. You got me all wired up because you know your adrenaline, you know the serotonin starts kicking in. I'm not gonna be able to go to sleep, but I gotta be online because right now we're working from home. So we work from home.
Cool.
Huh?
Cool. You'll be able to drink you some coffee or tea and chill.
That ain't the same thing. No, it's not the same thing. Look, I'm gonna be tired in the morning, but we are on the same time zone, so it's almost midnight for us.
Exactly.
It's almost midnight for us, right? And
we are gonna be up more hours.
Wait, are you working tomorrow too, or what?
No, I'm not. Actually, I'm off for the next 2 weeks.
Oh, you are lucky. I was off so tomorrow's my first day back from PTO, but you get to go to Canada. I really want to know what that's like. Have you been to that? I know
we can go together and see for yourself. I got a lot of friends over there, and like I said, most of them are on my platform from Canada, and they will tell you, they will welcome you in and everything. How difficult. In fact, I'm in the process of helping somebody come from Canada to the United States.
Really?
Hmm.
Well,
They
let
want to
me.
get out.
I met a fan when I was in Virginia. I met a couple from Seattle. Have you been to that hotel or that place where there's the open dining where the floor is clear?
Oh yeah, yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yep.
You've been there?
And the restaurant way up there, and it's like I think it's Ben's or something.
See, you know what? Okay, we gonna have to talk. I have my bucket. There's so many things on my bucket. Listen, I've been a mother.
The best way for you to go over there is to go if you're gonna go to Toronto, go to Buffalo, and from Buffalo just cross over and go right into Toronto, where you can see Niagara. That's the best side of Niagara.
Oh, okay. So if we're in the East Bay, just so I would have to fly into would I go to New York and then fly into Toronto? Because look, I'm on the Quebec side though.
I would say fly into Buffalo and come. You know, but in fact, if you think about it, Buffalo is actually considered Canada, and most of the Buffalo politicians in Buffalo actually moved from Canada to Buffalo, New York. At one time, Canada wanted to buy Buffalo, and America said no. If you remember, the Buffalo Bills wanted to build in Toronto, but America said no. They kept the Bills here in New York.
So you've been to Buffalo and Quebec.
Yeah, Buffalo, New York, absolutely. We'll talk about it.
No, I have been to New York, but I've never been to Canada. My mom has been to Quebec. I've never been, but she said it's so quaint and it's so nice. But I heard Toronto was more of the fast pace, more of the metropolis.
Yeah, Toronto is more of whatever. I would say Toronto is more of a Detroit, New York. It's more urban hip hop. That's why you see Drake make it his home. You know, it's a little bit of America, but not a whole lot.
Okay.
They have dance clubs and stuff we do, but it's structured well. But almost every face you're going to see in Authority is not going to be of darker pigmentation.
Now, see, but I remember when we were going through some challenges with Trump, I remember the Canadian president saying, "Black people, you are welcome here." I think it was after maybe George Floyd.
Well,
Is that not true?
It was Canada that put up the wall to make it difficult for you to get in.
But make it difficult for Black people or make it difficult for
Exactly.
Americans?
Make it difficult for Black people to get in. I mean, when you go to Canada, now the people in Buffalo are excused because most of the people in Buffalo actually work in Canada, in Toronto. So they have a special thing on their license which allows them to cross over into Canada. That's only Buffalo, New York. But you coming from the Bay, or I'm coming from Los Angeles, I mean, when you get past customs, you're going to go through hell and back to explain what are you doing there.
Yeah, most people in the Bay Area, most people on this side, on the West, they go straight to the Quebec side.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying no, don't do that. I want to.
Well, if you want to see the prettier part of Canada, when I was in Quebec, to me it didn't look like the Toronto area or the part of Niagara that's on the Buffalo side. That side is just extremely beautiful. Then they have a great casino just as you cross over. It's an Indian casino, Indian reservation, that really does have a really decent payout, 99.9% payout.
I want to go to where the action is. So you're telling me Quebec is not the place to be, that I need to go to Toronto?
No, you want to go to Toronto.
Okay. So you're okay. So do I need to fly into Canada and head to Toronto, or do I fly?
You can fly into Toronto if you want to, or better yet, like I say, why not just go over to New York, rent a car, and cross over? You get to see Buffalo.
But Tanique, listen, I just got back from. Okay, let me just tell you. I just got back from Virginia on 2 days ago. So we flew in at JFK. That was like a 7-hour. The whole experience was too much. So it's
been only 5 hours from the Bay Area to New York.
No, we had layovers and all that. Okay, so what?
Oh, yeah. You need a direct flight. You got to start buying them cheap flights now. You got to get you a direct flight.
Tanique, okay. Let me tell you, I'm going to pull you by them damn dreads when I see you. Let me tell you. Let me tell you what. what happened was it's from San Francisco to JFK to Virginia. What happened was there was some kind of a tornado or a weather storm. So they would not allow us to land. So the damn pilot said we were supposed to land at 6 p.m. We did not end up landing until in Virginia until midnight, 12 a.m. He said we're gonna fly around because the Washington wouldn't let us land. So we ended up landing in Raleigh. It was crazy.
You went to North Carolina. When I usually go to Virginia, and I had to fly to Virginia in January, I flew out of Norfolk and I came directly to San Francisco Airport. It was a beautiful flight.
Wait, so you had a direct flight? No layovers?
Yes. No layovers. I flew from Norfolk International Airport to San Francisco.
I did not. Okay, so let me tell. I did not. Okay, you're gonna have to prove that to me because I look for every nonstop flight. I was there for the graduation and I did not see any nonstop flights. And let me tell you what, and I apologize.
That must have been you were flying Southwest so you can get your luggage on, right?
No, I tried to fly JetBlue, and JetBlue was in line with American Airlines. I flew American,
but it went to Chicago, and it just was to pick up people, and then took off and came to San Francisco.
It was amazing.
So we were only there for 40 minutes. So we flew from Norfolk to Chicago, and at Chicago O'Hare, and to pick up some people in Chicago O'Hare. We took right off, and we flew directly to San Francisco.
Okay, so Tanique, let me tell you this. So my daughter's been in. She graduated from Hampton. So, of course, this is 4 years of travel from the Bay Area to Norfolk and to Virginia or Richmond or whatever, or Newport News, right?
Wow.
So let me tell you.
You didn't go to Virginia Beach?
No, we didn't go to, I haven't been to Virginia Beach, but.
How you didn't go to the best part of Virginia, which is Virginia Beach?
Let me tell you this story, though. I got to tell you this. Okay, my daughter goes to, well, she's done now. I'm scared of Hampton. I'm scared of Chicago because of Kenneka Jenkins.
Man, please, I was raised in Chicago. That's a whole different scenario. I mean, when people think of Chicago, ironically, they only think of Chicago. But Chicago, you got DuPage County, which you would probably dream to own a home there. Most people can't even afford one. There's no problem at all whatsoever. You take a state like Illinois, which is so huge and so beautiful, and it's been condensed to one side of Chicago. Kenneka Jenkins is from the west side of Chicago.
See, exactly. So let me tell you. So Kenneka Jenkins died in 2017. That's one of the reasons I even became a YouTuber, because I became obsessed. Huh?
I covered it.
Okay. Well, I wasn't a YouTuber at that time. I became obsessed. I have a corporate job, and I almost got terminated, not literally, but because I became so obsessed, I was spending my entire days. I was still working. So if anybody's listening to this, I was still working, but I was so obsessed with this case. I'm in cybersecurity. So I was trying to figure out how I could hack into the potential murderers' cell phones to figure out who killed Kenneka Jenkins. That's how crazy.
You didn't have to, because other people did, but it was on Periscope.
But Tanique, who killed her then? Who killed her?
You got me on spot. Well, you know what? I believe it was the security guard. No problem. I mean, seriously.
I believe that too, but we still don't have
at the same time, I think you look at what most people don't understand about it is that was a reenactment of something that happened days earlier. All right. They were replaying, because all those people now that you saw in the video, except for Irene and a couple of other girls, they're dead.
What?
All those killings in Chicago, 50 people died, 60 people died.
Oh, yeah.
If you go look at all those people who died, you'll find out that a lot of them were in that room with Kenneka Jenkins.
I know the one guy who was the video guy. I know he's died.
Black TV, he died.
Black TV, yeah, exactly. And I know there were several people who died after But are you telling
It was,
me?
it was a lot of people. I think Irene's still alive, Monifa's still alive, and the other girl, and they still go at it every now and then about what happened to Kanika. But majority of those people in that room is dead.
So
It's somebody on YouTube who actually got it. They the people in that room, they got the obituaries, their mother's obituaries, the auntie's obituaries, and then you go back and you start to linking up all the gun violence in Chicago. It was a lot of them, and
So
at that
see,
in that
I became obsessed with that case, right? My family
Mhm.
was like, you need to get some counseling and therapy. I wanted to solve it. I don't know why, but that's kind of like what this Kevin Samuels situation is like for me. It's like mentally, my mind just gets obsessed with these cases. Like, what really happened? You know?
Well,
Like,
I think the problem is, again, as when I talked to one of the police officers, when things don't go 1, 2, and 3. Now, had it just been 1, 2, and 3, there wouldn't be a problem. Okay, for instance, had the coroner said he died of a heart attack, then nobody would be talking about Kevin Samuels. This would all be gone away. Had he been at Grady, as people who claim, okay, keep what they're saying, they claim they his best friend, told everybody he was at Grady, and he was not at Grady. And had the person been a real nurse and doing CPR and not talking about, I need to do CPR. Okay, when you start to listen to all that, you start to wonder, okay, something's not right here. This is not going 1, 2, 3. She should have had that on speakerphone and should have been giving him compressors to the stomach and breathing in his mouth and talking to the speakerphone. She's not doing that. And had the girl knew where she was. She don't have any idea where she is. What hotel you gonna go to and not know where the hotel is? Or how your daughter tracking you, where you are. You don't know you're in room 101, 202. Okay, then he gets to the hospital and he's breathing, and the girl clearly states that he's dead. She tells the police in the police report her CPR didn't work. You know, she tried CPR, didn't work, but he's breathing. The paramedics say he's breathing. He makes it all the way to Piedmont, where they try more emergency stuff, intubating him and a host of other things before he finally succumbs. And then he gets to the coroner on the 6th, and they do an autopsy and go, we got a problem. This guy didn't have a heart attack. Well, what did he die from? Well, let's confer with the FBI. So his cause of death unknown, the manner of death unknown. Now that all raises red flags.
see,
Then
I
the
didn't
people.
know. I
Oh,
didn't
go
know
ahead.
that this case was with the FBI right now.
Yeah, the FBI is looking into blood, they're looking into tissue samples and a host of other things, so they can determine how he died because the coroner didn't see a heart attack. And I spoke with the coroner's office.
How soon do you think we'll have a toxicology report?
It's 8 weeks from May the 6th would be June 6th, July sometime. We'll have toxicology as well as flesh and tissue samples as well. So it is going to determine a whole lot. Because remember, there's another thing they're looking at that people are not thinking about. His last video was done Tuesday. Kevin posted every day. Why didn't Kevin post anything from Tuesday until we hear about him allegedly dying Thursday?
He looked very agitated in that last video. Now, I don't know who was with him, but whomever was with him definitely caused him some stress. You can see it in the video. He was very
Whoever
stressed
was
out.
with him definitely didn't let him post anything after he finished getting off camera. No post Wednesday, no post Thursday. He died Thursday at 6:10 a.m. in the morning. So
But
not
wait.
one post Wednesday.
So you're saying, okay, so he didn't post on
He
Wednesday?
didn't post Facebook, IG, nowhere. That video you saw is the last time we saw Kevin Samuels alive.
I thought that was Wednesday.
No, that was Tuesday.
Oh, wow.
He died 2 days after that video.
See,
So according to Ortasia, she met him Wednesday night, went home with him, and when they got up in the morning, he was complaining about chest pains. Remember? That's Thursday morning. Then
now
he died.
let me just say this. I'm just speaking from good old fashioned, as my mom would say, mother wit, from the Black family. Let me tell you something. You don't meet somebody and just die. I mean, and it could be. That's legitimately, life is just serendipity. Things happen. But when you look at somebody as a public figure, as Kevin Samuels, you have to look at you met somebody the night before and then you end up the next day dead. It's you really got to examine what happened. I'm sorry.
And listen to this, another thing that people don't pay attention to. She said he was complaining about chest pain. If I'm with you and you're with me and we meet and you go, oh, Neek, what? I'm having chest pain. I don't even care. I'm calling 911 so fast. I'm not going to let you complain about it. You ain't got but one time to say it. I don't care if it's gas. When you get to the hospital, they're going to give you this chalk stuff to drink and that'll get rid of the gas. But I'm not taking any chance. Why am I going to keep letting you complain? You ain't got but one time to tell me you having chest pain.
Wait, Tanique, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but let me tell you this. You know, my mom went to the graduation, right? My mom's a woman over 70 years old, okay? Mm-hmm. So we were in the room, and I apologize again for my voice, you guys. I'm so sorry. My daughter says this. She says it's because I was yelling. I feel like it was the airplane air, and I contracted something. I don't know. But let me just say this. My mom and I had a room together, and my mom's an older woman. She has to take her medications. And she was kind of jerking. I got scared. I didn't know what it was. I'm like, I'm calling 911. Let me tell you something. Because I grew up in a medical family because my mom's a NP, RNNP, pediatrics. Mm-hmm. When you see somebody, when the first thing when my mom got up in the middle of the night and she was sleepwalking, first thing on my mind was, I'm calling 911. You sleepwalking. What the hell is going on? As a nurse, if you are, I'm not the nurse. I took nursing. I didn't get through it because that's not my thing. Let me tell you, if you're a nurse, the first thing I thought was, I'm calling 911. I don't understand this. This is odd and weird. If somebody you're a nurse, if somebody tells you they're having chest pains, as soon as they utter that, you're doing something.
Immediately. I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to wait and let's see if you get better because I've been trained in this area. So ain't no waiting until you get better, especially if I'm not involved. I don't want nothing to happen to you. And then, if people start looking at me strange, then you say, well, baby, I'm having chest pain.
I'm sorry. One last thing. You said something. Okay, so I'm sorry, Tanique, please. Bear with me. I'm not an overbearing African-American woman. Now, I know they say we talk too much, but I'm just going to tell you how much I listen to you. You said something 2 or 3 days ago. I didn't know you were a nurse. So you said something, and I asked my mom, because my mom's like I said, she's a nurse. She's RNNP. So you said something to the effect of if a person is having a heart attack or CPR. So you said, before you respond, because I asked my mom, I got this from you. I said, Mom, if a person is having a heart attack or do you do CPR? And I think either you said she did or did. I think you said she didn't do it. And my mom responded and said, man, now I'm drawing a blank, but I almost want to say that
I said she didn't do it because
my mom. Okay, you're right. So my mom said absolutely, you would do compressions and you would do blah blah blah, and so because I didn't know you were a nurse, so I always go to my authority.
I come out of a medical family, a host of nurses and doctors all through the entire family, so I did that as I raised 3 kids by myself. So I had to put them through school, everything. So I had to have something else to do. I chose nursing.
Yeah, well, when you said that, I think you brought that issue up and you talked about turning. I think she said he was turning blue. And I asked my mom, I said, Mom, if a person has a heart attack, do you start doing CPR? She said you start doing compressions. Listen, y'all, forgive me because I don't know. I could be getting it wrong. But you said
you do, because you cannot allow. My goal is to not allow your brain to go without oxygen for any second that I can help. And that's what CPR does. It not only keeps your heart going, but it's pushing the blood through to your brain, because any period of time that your brain go without oxygen is not good. So instead of her on the phone pretending she's crying and then start talking straight like you're not crying, I'm wondering how you gonna be crying and whimpering, and then all of a sudden you're talking straight real quick. I mean, no, that's not right. You should be doing compressions. Even if the guy on the phone is telling you 1, 2, 3, 4, do compressions. He shouldn't be turning blue if you're doing compressions. You can do compressions. I'll give you a perfect example. What's her name? Jewel. Jewel died probably 6 months before she actually really died. She died 6 months before at a store. All right, she died. And the person from behind the register got out and started doing CPR and continued to do CPR for however long. I heard it's 10, 20 minutes before an ambulance and somebody actually got there and brought Jewel back to life. All right. Then they gave her oxygen, took her to the hospital to find out she didn't have a heart attack, that she had a terminal illness. And they told her she had 6 months to live and she was going to die. And that's why she spent her time trying to get her message and stuff out there. So my point in the matter is that person was a store worker, a Target or something. I don't know. That person was a store worker. They knew CPR and they saved her life. All right. Now, they kept doing it. They wasn't worried about the customers. They kept doing CPR. If you're doing CPR, you cannot be walking around the room. You cannot be screaming, "Is he okay?" If you're doing CPR, you know you're okay or not. Who you talking to? Is he okay? Who are you talking? Who is that? Who is that? Who gonna answer you? If you're doing CPR, you're looking at the person.
If she's a traveling nurse and she's never experienced somebody.
Don't insult my traveling nurses. I got 2 of them already down in Atlanta. They would have loved to have been in that position. You train. You go through your clinicals. You train for that. That is the most important part of your training.
You know,
in fact, let's say we're together. Let's say we're together. You're our item, and we living together. We married, happy, all that stuff. Both of us would have to go through CPR. There's no way you should be laying next to somebody and something happened to you and they don't know CPR. They give it free classes at the fire department. Free classes. And then you'll see how serious it is. Because anything can happen to anybody. And you don't want them to know CPR?
Well,
That's crazy.
Let me tell you this. Okay. So I had an incident when my daughter was 6 months old. She started turning blue after a bath. Like I told you before, my mom's a nurse. I called 911. I called my mom, and I did not know what to do. And I called 911, and they start telling me to administer CPR on an infant. I hate to say, I did not know. Thank you, Lord Jesus, that there is a God, a forgiving God. I didn't know how to administer CPR. There's a lot
of people don't know, and that's why
I didn't know what to do. So I sat down in my bedroom on the floor and I just started crying because she was stiff as a board and she was turning purple. My mom.
Now you're describing exactly what happened to Ortasia.
And
she did not know what to do.
Tell you, in that moment, whatever happened, I started crying and I had her body. We're talking about an infant in my arms who was stiff as a board, turning purple. And then I'm crying because I don't know what to do. I don't know how to administer CPR. The fire department is on the way. My mom is on the way because she's a nurse. And then I think I turned her upside down and I started patting her on her back and she started coughing. We're talking about 2 to 3 minutes. And, she regained her consciousness.
Yeah.
But for the average person.
Leave it alone.
Huh?
If they start coughing, you leave it alone because they're trying to get it. Right. But in a normal circumstance of persons like that, you got to get them out of the bed. This is why I know Dr. Murray was crazy with Michael Jackson. You get them out of the bed. You have to lay them solid on the floor, and you have to begin compression. Below.
But you're talking. Listen, okay, Tanique, we're gonna have some very robust, great conversations. I could tell. But you're talking to non-medical people. I went to nursing school. I lasted 1 semester because my mom was a nurse, so I thought I could do it. Like, I'm cybersecurity.
Well, you could, but you probably did it wrong. What I always tell people to do, if you want to go to nursing school, first knock out the prerequisites, okay? So forget about nursing school, meaning go to college, go get anatomy, physiology, microbiology, knock that stuff off first, then you can just jump from there directly to nursing school. The hard part of nursing school is the prerequisites, and people try and do prerequisites and go to nursing school, and it's very difficult. Take your time, do the prerequisites, and then go to nursing school.
The prereqs are, listen, that's where you just said something. What did you say? Physiology and I think
microbiology, anatomy, and physiology. You have to do that first.
The part where I had to bail out was the cadavers. I was I'm
Oh
in the
man, that
Bay
was
Area, and and what I noticed is that I was the only Black student in the class, so I did not really have the support. I'm not complaining. Trust me, I'm not complaining. But
when you got your first check, you'd have been okay.
look, okay, but the cadavers. When I went into, we had to go look at the cadavers and the smell. I got nauseous, and I had to step out, and my professor was not feeling that. Then I knew I was like, this is not me, because by my mom being a nurse,
That
I
would
got
be
to
like
do it.
one or two times, and by that time you get over it. You
No,
realize that these people are dead; they can't do anything to you. So is that?
but they look like leather. It was just okay. So when you go to people, whoever is not who's never taken a nursing class, let me tell you what the experience is like for a person trying to become a nurse. From my experience, you go into this class and they have these bodies. I think like 20 bodies, and you look at the skin. It looks like leather. The
Well, they
faces,
have bodies, they have heads, they have feet, they
yeah,
have all kind of things. They just don't have a cadaver. Some of the stuff is out of them already.
but the heads were covered, so we didn't see the
Real,
faces. They
real
wanted to,
brains, human brains.
but the smell, Tanique, what the
But
smell?
that's the reason why they give you a mask.
No, listen. We didn't have well, I don't know. We didn't have a mask. Maybe
Oh yeah,
I might have made it if we had a mask. We didn't have masks.
and you should have had one of those.
I got nauseous, and I told my seeing the bodies and the smell. Somebody said it was some kind of a preservative to preserve the bodies, and
Yeah,
it made
kind of
me.
like embalming fluid.
Yeah, I didn't do it. So I'm a cybersecurity. I'm cyber. That's my thing. I can help you with your anything you want to know about penetration, hacking. I'm not great with hacking, but anything you want to know about cybersecurity, that's my thing. But nursing, my hat's off to you guys because you saved a generation. You guys take care of us, and it's just a admirable field. So couldn't do it.
You just have to find out where you want to be.
I'm good
That's
now.
the only problem. When you go to school for it, when you're doing it, you have to find out where you want to be, like acute care versus geriatrics versus prenatal, or like where I love to be, and I spent my last 5 years. I loved it. I was in rehab. So the
Really?
difference is everybody I saw in rehab, there was like a 90% chance they were going home. I saw the worst stroke patients in the world, and people thought they were never going to get better. But the physical therapists and the occupational therapists were good, and so when they went home, it was a huge celebration. Versus seeing children burn up, people shot and dying, and all that stuff. That's acute care that can burn you out, and make you tired.
Okay, so hopefully that I'll get a chance to have you talk to my mom because she's a little older, but she loves talking to nurses. She's pediatrics, and so she would love to talk to you about why pediatrics is the highest form of nursing because children cannot convey how they feel, and you have to have a sixth sense to understand what they're
About
feeling.
what it is, and I totally agree with her. But when it comes to skill set in the world that we live in, which is so violent, which means that at any given time, somebody next to you can be shot. Man, you better hope that somebody understands nursing, knows how to put pressure on a wound so you can survive. Because if you don't, you're going to just bleed out and die. And all they got to do is take a rag or anything and hold pressure there, and your life could be saved. It was something as simple as that.
No, you're absolutely right. My mom was pediatrics. She was pediatrics, and her sister was the chief nurse in Watts or Compton for the trauma unit, or when people come in ER unit when they would get
Mm-hmm.
shot. Yeah, so they were
So,
both
but
nurses.
she had Cedar-Sinai, Daniel Freeman, where?
Well, my uncle, okay, I'm gonna just tell you. Dr. Clyde Oden, are you familiar with him? Watts,
Sounds familiar.
huh?
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, he was the head of the Compton Watts Community Center, and they did a lot for that kind of stuff. But anyway, listen, Okay. Listen. Okay, Tanique.
I'm here. I'm here.
It's 12:26.
You know what? Just shoot me an email. Shoot me a number.
I gotta get up in the morning. Look, no, I'm talking to you right now because I know I'm gonna be tired in the morning.
I want to tell you something.
I want you to tell me that I'm gonna be good in the morning because I've been talking to you.
You're gonna be good in the morning.
Listen. People have heard me and you flirting back and forth. They gonna talk.
You're gonna have you some tea, and you're gonna put your lemon in, and you're gonna be fine.
I'm gonna be fine.
You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be on it. You're gonna run like an eagle. You're gonna walk in that place.
Look, Kevin Samuels would say that we shouldn't be up here flirting the way we flirt, but see, you can't tell people what God has.
If Kevin Samuels had somebody like you, he'd still be alive.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
That's what I believe. You see, something about black women, that's what I grew up with. They're able to make a way out of no way. The way God gave you the common sense to touch that baby on the back, and the baby started coughing and came back to itself. You see what I'm saying? And he's been with you, even with no training. We are people who are close to God. God will tell us what to do. Our parents, when they didn't have insurance, when they were working in slavery, they were able to take roots and herbs and heal themselves without any medical training. And now you got to go to GNC.
Tanique, please stop, because my eyes are welding up with tears. Because nobody knows. No, I'm not trying to be. I'm not gonna selfish here and say nobody knows the trouble I see. I'm not gonna do it. But stop, because let me tell you, I'm gonna talk to you behind the scenes. But let me tell you, people. Women and men, it's not a black woman thing. It's a people thing. We are always stronger than we think, and we can overcome. Let me tell you, I went through some real serious ish. I'll talk to you offline. Let me tell you, Tanique, I was going to a church. I heard that they produce miracles. Guess what? It was a Mexican church. They spoke Spanish. I don't speak Spanish, but my faith and my family told me, go to this church. God will answer. Why I got to go to a Mexican church for God to hear my prayers? I don't know. But let me tell you, I know when you believe and you have faith in anything, you will be all right, no matter what it is. I'm not going to get up here and start crying. I'm going to talk to Tanique behind the scenes. I'm going to end this live stream, but whatever it is you're going through in life, if you believe and have faith, you will make it through. I've been through some tough times. I've been through my share of bad things. And I want everybody has. We see young women committing suicide. We see people giving up. You can't give up. You don't fail until you give up. Kevin Samuels, there's a period on his situation, but as long as you're here, you can make it. It's gonna be rough sometimes. You can make it. You were about to bring tears to my eyes. You said something. You were about to bring tears to my eyes. But I'm not gonna cry. I'm gonna talk to you later. But for anybody listening who is within earshot, don't never give up. If you are ever having a moment of weakness, mental depression, you want to commit suicide, call a friend, tell somebody, and get some help. You can always make it. My mom used to say, my dad used to listen to a song, Percy Wilson, back in the 50s. You can make it if you try. You can. That's a promise. That's a promise. I'm here. I'm a living witness of a woman who went through a horrible custody case. Tanique said he was a single father. I'm the opposite. I was a single mom. And I'm going to say, regardless of what I went through with my baby's daddy, he was cool for the graduation. So shout out to him. No, he's not listening. But bottom line is that I went through a very tumultuous time in my life where I wanted to end my life. And I say this is embarrassing for a lot of us. We don't want to say, oh, I was so weak, I wanted to take my life. You know why I can say it now? It's because there's some people out there who are feeling the same way I felt years ago. I don't feel that way now. But I held on. I had good friends. I had family that kept pushing me forward. I'm talking to Tanique Reviews right now, and I want to encourage people. You can make it if you hold on. I don't know what you're going through. I don't know. This is nothing but a YouTube channel. But I do know. Hey, 82. Yes, life is a long life. What I want to say is that sometimes we're in situations where we don't think that we can make it, but you can. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Like I said, I'm in Oakland, California. Listen, I was so desperate. I went through a custody situation, and at the time we had a housekeeper. Her name was Maria, a Mexican woman. She said, go to her church and go to her pastor, and he could produce miracles. Well, I mean, I grew up Catholic. I go to Baptist church. Okay, whatever. Let me tell you what desperation will do. I went to this Mexican church. I sat up in a Mexican church for 2 hours with them speaking Spanish because I was desperate. Put my daughter's picture on the altar. Ask God to hear my prayer. Let me tell you this. I don't need to go to God in a Mexican church to hear my prayer. But when you're desperate, you'll do whatever it takes.
Do whatever it takes.
You'll do whatever it takes. When I look back, God could hear me in my American accent, my Oakland accent, my hoochie mama, ghetto fabulous accent. It don't take all that. But what I want to tell people, don't give up though. Whatever it takes to keep you going, that what that did for me was give me faith. It helped my faith because somebody told me it can, exactly. So what I want to tell anybody who's listening, don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up. You might be at your end point. You might be feeling like you can't go no more. Yeah, you can. You can go cry a little more. You can go be a little bit sadder. You can cry in your pillow, 2 tears in a bucket. And you can do that. And in the morning and tomorrow, you can be a little bit stronger.
As the word says, there's no temptation taken thee, but what is common to man. But God, with that temptation, will also make a way out.
Amen. I'm not going to cry.
No, I'm not a father. I became a single father because my 6-year-old daughter was killed by her mom. So let's not go through what going through. But my faith was really challenged. I mean, challenged to its core because I was taught those kind of things are not supposed to happen to me or to us. We don't come from that kind of background. So nevertheless, God blessed me to raise those 3 kids, and they are absolutely doing fine, contributing to society, and I'm absolutely happy about it. It was just my faith in God that kept me.
Tanique, let me tell you. I'm going to tell you. I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to cry.
The tears of joy.
You said that you were a single father, and the man that I have not liked for many years is my daughter's dad. My daughter just graduated computer science, cybersecurity professional, doing very well. And what I'm going to say is that you have to have faith. You have to have faith. I remember years ago when I wanted to end my life. When I was going through my custody battle, I love my daughter so much because I was like shocked. How could this happen to me? I wanted to check out. And I wanted to, I'm going to say it, kill myself. I wanted to kill myself. And I'm embarrassed to even say this. And I'm saying this now because there are people out there who are
feel the same way.
Huh?
You people out there who feel the same way, and you're helping them.
you know what? I could cry. I really could cry. Like
We had a lady on our show on Mother's Day. Her name is Miss Wilson.
uh-huh.
And we had everybody on the show Mother's Day. You can go back and look at it. Tell everybody that they loved each other. And we had no idea what the lady was thinking at all, period. But the lady said it was the first time that anybody, she wasn't from this country, ever told her that they loved her. And when she came to the show, she was thinking about committing suicide. This was the other night. And we just began to just make everybody in the chat show love. And everybody showed love. People came on, showed love, wanted to know where she was. They would come and show love. It was just absolutely a beautiful moment. So you never know who you're going to help. I started doing this not for me. This ain't why I started doing this. I started doing this trying to help other families. And when other families got joy, then I got joy. Since I couldn't save my daughter, I try to help other people with their situation. And that's what my intentions are. And we've gotten people out of jail. We've gotten a situation that I won't talk about because we want to keep it a little personal, where the police department in a county in Georgia had killed a family's son, and they thought he was under arrest the whole time for a minor crime. And they had killed him, they had given him an autopsy, and they had buried him. And we got involved on our channel, hammering away at the Rockdale County Police Department for that family. And that family finally got justice.
Amen.
And that's why we do this. We do this. When they got justice, I got happy. That's what my show is about.
It's very difficult for us to open up, and mental health is such a real issue. Like if your job or if people know that you have had, I know with my YouTube channel, my mom would say, don't tell people you've had depression. You know what? I don't care anymore.
The entire Black community is depressed, and mental health in the Black community is so bad. We're all PTSD'd out. We're all stressed out, and we don't believe in therapy and any of the things. And then if we did believe in it, we can't afford to get it. That's what's wrong with the community. 2 little girls in Chicago, 6 years old, were just shot. Full of bullets. 6-year-old children. Look what our society is going on. A woman in Baltimore, her son never had a problem with him. A star basketball player, pumping gas. 2 guys jump out and they spray him with machine guns. He's not even a gang member or anything. He's just a basketball player. Nobody understands these things. And do you think that nobody's going to give them the mental therapy, the mental help they need to get over that? After the funeral, people are going to go home and you're going to be all by yourself. Boy, without your faith in God, to those days, and you're looking for that person to come, man, please. Our community, what you're talking about is something we need to address, because you ain't the only one who felt like that. I know some people who tried it and they just failed.
The thing about the one thing I want to say is that for years, when I was in at my daughter's graduation, I came to the graduation, and my daughter's father came to the graduation. We haven't been the best of friends, right? We are estranged. And so my friends were saying, oh, you need to cuss that in out. You know how negative we can be, right? Yeah. But here's the thing. It's not about me. It was about my daughter.
Exactly.
And the bottom line was that no matter, huh?
No, you really get at people like that. You don't get at them by cussing them out. If you want to really get at people and make people hate you, do good. Do good, because they don't want you to do good.
Tanique,
that would have made him good. You killed yourself. That would have been good. Who knows how your daughter would have been raised?
Tanique,
do good.
This is what my point was, is that he showed up for her graduation, and that was very important for me, not for me, but for her. And I think a lot of Black women, because my friends were in my ear saying, he's still this and that. And they're saying a lot of negative things. But you know what the man told me, which I did not expect? He said, you did well. And I was like, listen, the moment, okay, so let me paint this picture. And listen, we went through a horrible custody battle. So what happened was my daughter was in the car. She was with her dad, and I'm always trying to be the bigger figure, right? Because me and him don't like each other. But I'm always knowing that I'm the mother, and I do, as a female, feel like I want her to have a good. This is her graduation. I'm not gonna hold no angst against this man. It's your day. So I said, tell your dad. Me and him ain't talked in 2-3 years. I said, tell your dad. I said, congratulations. She didn't say nothing. So we got in her car, and you know how the phone gets on the car. So she wasn't able to mute it quick enough. So he was talking to her in the car, not knowing I was there. And I said, congratulations. And you know what he said? He said,
What?
you did well. Like, in other words, he was congratulating me for
Raising your child by your.
Well, no, he's been around. I'm not gonna
Okay,
say
being a custodial parent.
yeah, being the custodial parent, being the primary influence, let's say that, because he has been around. I ain't gonna lie about that. But basically, he congratulated me. He said, you did well. I was stunned and shocked. Because my thing was before he told me that, I said, congratulations. Your daughter is doing well. She's doing good. I'm giving him credit, even though, I'm saying, Mother Ducker, I've done most of the work, but still, that's her daddy. So with her sitting there, I'm not going to insult a black male who's her daddy.
And neither would I ever insult a black woman, even though I may have feelings similar to yours.
Exactly.
I have never let my kids know how I feel. They may guess. I'm not, they may guess, but I made them call on birthdays and everything. And, I still may have my feelings. I got my feelings about everything. My mom always told, if you ain't got nothing good to say, don't say nothing at all.
No, right. So when he told me you did well, I was stunned. I couldn't say nothing. Because you know why? Because God is always intervening and intercepting.
Goes back to what I said. You did well. And people expect you to fall. They think they hurt you so bad that you're going to fall, that you're going to sink. When I realized how many enemies that I had because I did good, I was absolutely in shock. And then I realized, I heard a speaker speak. He said, you don't have enough enemies. You need to make some more. You need to do better.
That's true.
That's not enough. Then I heard a comedian say, if you got 14 enemies, you should be working on 15.
You should be working on more.
Keep doing good.
BSP says, divorce or not, the child needs both parents to become a complete balanced parents. And I totally agree with you. And that's why no matter what my feelings were in this particular situation, I could say I'm the one who orchestrated all this. Yeah, you did a little bit. I didn't take that stance. What the stance I took was, congratulations, Dad. You've done well.
I admire Kevin Samuel's ex-wife. She did well. He didn't want to be around his daughter, and she did well. Okay.
Wait, whoa. Are you saying he didn't want to be what?
He didn't want to be around his daughter. That's what she said. He didn't want to be around her because he didn't want to. I guess he didn't.
No, but
nevertheless, that didn't stop her.
Tanique, no, but that was old. That was old audio. Are you sure that was his daughter?
She did. That's his daughter. Yeah, that's his daughter. That's his real daughter.
But that video, that audio that everybody is circulating is from a year ago. And I'll say in 2021.
No, that audio came out in 2020. And basically what she was basically saying was that he didn't help. He was behind in child support. Child support arrears were for real. They were taken care of. And even though she was in college like your daughter, when she needed the most help, he refused to help. But he was talking about all this money, all this stuff he had, and this well-to-do man. And then to shut her up, all of a sudden, mysteriously, all that was taken care of. And so there was no need for her to come back online and embarrass him anymore. My point is, you want that parent in that child's life if it's possible. If it's not possible, that don't stop you from doing what you're supposed to do.
Okay, so Tanique review. Okay, so I, like I told you, I have to be at work. I'm supposed to be at work in about 5 or 6 hours. But let me just say this. One thing about it is that and I hope that you and I can collab on some issues in the future. One thing I would like to say about Black women, and it's probably people are going to view it as a Kevin Samuels type of mentality, is that, and I'll say that I was one of those women, do not have babies with men that are not ready to be fathers. And I'm going to say that my daughter's dad, initially, he was not ready to be a dad. Once I became pregnant, he was on board. But we have a tendency to make a decision for men to say, oh, I want to be a mom. I want to be a baby. And men are like, I'm not into all that. So we need to pause.
Well, let me explain something to you. If I don't want to have a baby by you, I know that when sexual intercourse occurs, that a lot of things can happen. So I know how to strap up myself and to protect myself. And you'll be like, okay, you'll be like, what's that? I'll be like, you know what? You may get pregnant. Can you have babies? Prove to me that you can't, because they won't want no mistakes here. So I know what to do to protect myself. And a real man who knows he don't want to be in a position knows how to protect himself and protect that woman. Oh, you say, well, because I may not be a good father or any of that stuff, so I'm gonna put this nice condom on. If necessary, I'll give me a Glad garbage bag. I don't get mad, I get glad. But I'm gonna make sure that you don't get pregnant. I ain't gonna get no juice on the booty. I'm gonna protect both of us. I may be a bad father. I don't want my money to go, because they're putting people in jail for babies now. So you got to really think about this. All these things must go into thought before you decide you want to go into some hotel, get in some bed with some woman. And so therefore, there's no excuse you didn't did to do now. The woman is pregnant. Now you want to tell her what to do with her body? Kill it? Why didn't you think about that when you were inserting it in her? I think about it first.
It's a two-party.
Especially because I got something to lose. I mean, if you got something to lose, you're going to think about it. You ain't got nothing to lose. You don't care.
You absolutely right.
I got houses. My bankroll's on swole. I got cars, Cadillacs. Okay, I got something to lose. So, wait a minute. We may do this, but no, we're not going to do this raw. Okay, no, we ain't.
Listen, I'm at a stage in my life. I don't need no damn babies. I'm trying to look towards retirement. Okay,
no,
they gotta worry about it over here.
Men do that stuff and then don't want to be fathers. Okay, but I'm like, what were you thinking before when babies are made through intercourse? Okay, that's basic knowledge you learn as in grade school, 7th and 8th grade. So that's why they made protections and contraceptives so you don't have to have this problem. So to me, if a man goes into this like that, I got to really wonder what kind of man he really is, and whether or not he had a father, whether or not he was trained, because he should have protected himself with, they got really good condoms now. Not only that, they even got a female condom. So if you really don't want a baby, you don't have to have one.
I don't know why they keep putting all of the responsibility on women. I mean, I know women have a lot of things that they can do, but men, you need to take accountability as well. When a baby come into this world and you talk about a single mother, but you're the father of that child, you bear responsibility. I don't care if I'm with you or not. If anything bears my seed, my DNA, I'm the mother. I'm responsible.
What men are angry at is not that. It's that Black women for years have used children to hurt Black men. That's what they've done.
Okay. Tanique, okay. Listen, I got to be at work it's already.
Okay, I'm out of here.
Be at work. Listen, listen, me and you are a dynamic duo. I'll come back on your page, and we gonna continue this conversation. Let's talk behind the scenes. Let's just do that.
Okay, definitely. You got the email, so shoot me a number. If I had your email, I'll shoot you a number, and because I want to tell you something that's gonna blow your mind.
But are you sure you gave me the right email? You sent it to me.
Just think of my name, Tanique Review.
Okay, wait. Let me go to behind it. I'm still learning how to use this chat. Okay, I got it. Okay, I'll reach out to you in the morning because I got to be at work clearly at 7 a.m. and we are on PST time.
Okay, no problem. Hey, thank you, chap, being here, and I'm a new sub to your channel.
Thank you, and thank you for the super chat. I love that. That was so sweet. But listen, I know you got your channel. I got my channel, but we about to be a dynamic duo. Hey. We're gonna show these young people what they working with.
Definitely, we're gonna do that. We gonna do that. We here now.
Okay, you have a
God brought us together. What God brought together, let no man.
Listen, but I've been watching you for 2 years.
That's good. You should have came on up there. Who knows how far we be?
I wasn't even trying to. And when I came on tonight, you just spawned something in me when you were talking about KS. I was like, wait a minute, it's something nefarious going on. I wasn't trying to. I didn't even rep my channel. You said, what's your channel name? So, I wasn't there for that. I was just like, oh my God.
If you wasn't, I was going to tell you need to have one. And I would help you. If you didn't have one, I was going to tell you need to have one, and I would help you. Because you had your research, you knew facts, and you wasn't just peddling junk. You had made phone calls, and that's what you got to do. That's a person invested. If you're going to do this kind of stuff, you need to be invested in it. And I was just impressed at that. So many people are not invested in it. They just want to talk. They just want to ramble. They're not going to pay no money for police reports. They're not. Okay, you're talking about something serious. And not only that, we want, like we learned tonight, we want to warn other people so the same thing don't happen to them. If y'all with somebody who don't know CPR, that's bad. You need to go to your fire station for $25. They will teach you CPR, teach the kids as well too, just in case of an emergency, so you don't have somebody who don't know what to do. And make sure everybody know their address. And look at the door and say, you ask your kids, your husband, you sure you know the address? So just in case you call 911 and say, what's the address? Well, I don't know it. You in a place you don't know the address?
Did she even administer CPS to him? Do we know?
She could have. I think she was afraid, like you said. You described perfectly what I envisioned in that place. You said when the kid turned blue, you didn't know what to do, was sit on the bed and cry. She didn't know what to do. What was she on the phone crying, holding the phone? So how could you do compressions with both hands? You got to use both hands. She's holding the phone, walking around and talking. And is he okay? Who are you asking? Who are you asking? Is he okay? If you're giving the compressions, I can see you. Then when she goes over, she says he's turning blue. That's because you're not doing compression.
No, you know what? She's now. What I will say is, I do understand that you can see a person turning blue or purple. My daughter, actually, a new 6-month-old baby, started turning purple in my arms.
Where was she at? In your arms?
She was in my arms.
Were you walking around the room holding the phone?
No, I was sitting down.
Okay, she's walking around the room on the phone.
I didn't, but Tanique, this is the problem. I did not know what to do. She would have died. Okay,
she's a nurse. We're talking about Ortasia. She's a nurse.
Yeah.
She's supposed to know what to do. She should have been doing it. She should have been doing it, and she should have been aware of where she was.
I agree with you. My mom said she should have started compressions.
The name of that building is outside of it. When you pull in there, it's got big, giant signs. I mean, you saw I showed the 3D on my. It's got big, giant signs flashing, letting you know what that building is called in Buckhead.
In California, my mom told me when they learned to do CPR on this dog called Annie. Are you familiar with Annie?
I'm familiar with the dog, but I wasn't called Annie. But go ahead.
Yeah, no. Basically, she was like, if she thought it was a hard thing, she should have done compressions. Period. Mm-hmm. That's the basic training of a nurse. I don't know. I wouldn't have done it. I would not have done it. I would have been
a CNA or patient care tech would have been better off in there. They trained in CPR.
So do you think the woman was a nurse or not?
I think the woman may have started out in nursing and thought she looked real good fooling around with these people. I think she was an IG girl. Okay, we need to talk about that on another date. You got to go to work in the morning. IG girls that are on there taking these pictures half nude and selling themselves for a price. Guys are sending them private jets to pick them up, bringing them to town. Guys with ways and means. You saw it happen recently. Tommy Sotomayor when he got into a fight with that girl. What was he fighting that girl for? He had just sent for her the week before to fly to his house in Arizona. She was an IG girl. When he got there, she was ugly. She had missing teeth and everything. But on her IG pictures, she had that filler and it was looking good. So how they made it work was she bought her best friend. Her best friend was light-skinned, and he went out. He did the do with the best friend and paid her. So then they wind up on that show you just clicked, what, Fit and whatever.
Fit,
And
yeah.
and then it just came out on how she felt because he did her best friend. That's how that all came about.
Okay, so Tanique, tomorrow I think I'm gonna try to go live, and I'm going to, this is kind of new to me. I'm kind of an introvert, so the whole live thing is a bit, challenging for me. But I am doing this whole new thing where I'm trying to get my teeth together, right? But I'm gonna see you tomorrow. I will be on live tomorrow, and I want you to come on my live because I'm gonna put my face on. I got this whole new thing where I'm trying to correct my teeth. So I'm having fun. I will be on live showing my face tomorrow. So I hope you come back. But anyway, I'll be talking to you behind the scenes.
Yeah, I'm gonna sub anyway, so I'm gonna know when you come on because I sub to you.
Yes, and I've been sub to you for over 2-3 years now.
Listen, now I'm sub to you. See,
thank
you reap what you sow. So I'm sub to you, and 40-something thousand other people sub to you too now. That's what you get when you sub to me, and I sub to you, and now my 40,000.
What time are you going live tomorrow? Because I'll be at work tomorrow, so I want to know what time you're going to be on.
Oh no, I don't really go live until the afternoon. I catch the getting off crowd 6 o'clock. Okay, so it'd be you'll be off work when I go live, like you were tonight.
We're on the same time zone on PST.
Give people a chance to relax and give a chance people to get themselves together, go through their mail, go through the day, and they know what time I'm gonna basically come on. But I'm gonna come on with you. I don't have to come on, man. I come on yours.
Listen, I'm coming on your live, and I'm gonna be cute tomorrow. I might not show my face on my live, but I'm gonna come on Tanique Reviews looking real
good. Let's get a good story and let's come our way with it because I haven't finished with this forensic audit that I for a guy worth $4 million. A forensic audit needs to take place. Why? Because his daughter should get every dime. For a guy who had $600 and something thousand worth of cars, including the $300,000 Lamborghini, I want to make sure his daughter got that car. We don't know any of that, do we? Need a forensic audit. His BMW, his Mercedes, $200,000 Mercedes, all of that stuff. His daughter is the next of kin. It belongs to his daughter, so she shouldn't have no more problems going to school. So we want to make sure.
But want to be his mother and his daughter. I mean, I don't know.
No. Your next of kin is your child.
Okay.
And I understand that because I've been in the music entertainment for a long time. And so we see this with rappers. When they die, their mothers get mad because if they got children, the children is the next of kin. And if there's money involved, the state will appoint the child a guardian. All right. And so the mothers can't live off their child's money. The only time the parents are the next of kin is if there's no children involved. If you're not married and something happens to you, your daughter is next of kin. Your mother is just.
Totally want to talk to you behind the scenes because that's another thing that's very important for me is that I'm able to leave my daughter. I'm not wealthy, but I do want to leave her at least a little bit of property in California. And so, I mean, and it's
create you not just a will, but listen to this. Create you an irrevocable will.
Tanique, okay, I gotta listen. It's 1 a.m. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah,
I'm working about 6, 5 hours. I'm going to reach out to you behind the scenes. If you're on tomorrow, I'm going to go live tomorrow, but I'm going to be on your live because I'm trying to be cute tomorrow. Okay.
But you got my email, so email me.
Email, yes, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for sending people
problem.
over here. Huh?
Thank you, Chad, for welcoming me. No problem.
Yeah,
and it's been a pleasure.
You've been awesome. We're in California. You, LA. I'm East Bay. I'll see you in Anaheim, hopefully. Because don't forget the VidCon. I'll send you all that information, and hopefully we'll get to hook up. We're both trying to grow our channels, but I'm still out there trying to date too.
We're on the same page. Hello.
Okay. Thank you.
Is it me looking for?
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining. Go check out Tanique Reviews, AT2, my homie. And I can't remember everybody, but everybody who came. Oh, Black Magic, shout out to you. You were so informative. Thank you for everything. And I will see you guys tomorrow. All love. Bye.